Okay, do we have item number C1 has been continued, is that correct?
Yes, C1 and C3.
Okay, and do you need to have a motion to that effect, please?
Well, I think we can just, yeah, I mean, eventually when the full board gets it.
But not now.
I mean, because you
Okay.
couldn't vote on it. There's only two of you.
Okay, very good. So,
So we're just gonna, the C3 is gonna be continued. That's what we're doing it. We're labeling it as being continued.
C1 and C3.
Yeah, I know.
the
Well,
next time.
C3, I already know about
Yeah.
that. The C3 is now gonna be, I just put down continue.
okay, so we're C2, 465 Hot Springs Road. Paul, are you here, please? Paul, or somebody from Paul's office for 465 Hot Springs Road? Anybody? Okay. Paul, are you here, please? He's connecting to audio. Paul, are you here, please? I can't hear you. Paul,
Hello,
how are you today?
can you hear me, sir?
I can now.
Okay, let me turn you up a little bit. Hi,
Okay, good. How's that?
good, it's perfect, thank you.
Okay, Claire, did you have a chance to review these, please?
Yes, I did.
Mm.
And the note that I have to me at the bottom was, where's the lighting plan? I couldn't find the lighting plan.
There is a lighting plan. It's not very much.
Well, when you're talking about lighting, are you talking about the
Sure.
landscape lighting?
Exterior lighting.
Landscape.
Okay, yes, I have a sheet in here which is exterior finishes includes lighting, which is a 3.0 in the architectural sheets. That's where I have my exterior light.
Not on the building, but in the landscape. please.
Oh, then you're gonna have to open the landscape package, sorry.
Okay, so let's stay with, besides that, you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Excellent.
can we look at PDF page 8, please? Yeah. There were two sets, I think, so let's see what,
Well, that's the architecture, okay?
okay, it was the details area.
Yes, my details, I start on sheet A, 2.9 is the overall plan with the keys. And then there are 4 or 5 sheets of actual exterior wall section details.
Right. keep going.
2.9,
Yeah, keep going, David.
it's loading, it's going slow because it's loading.
No, but just keep going. I know what I'm
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
at. Then there's another set.
Oh, it's split into 2 because of the size.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. There's some, yeah. This is that's one of my wall sections now. That's one wall section. Now, if you go
Next one.
forward,
Okay,
that particular wall section is on that sheet because it references the garage wall. Now, John, you said to me that you were looking for me to draw details through new construction. So this plan in circle with the red squares shows the pieces of the building that are brand new construction. And I keyed the various and sundry wall sections that I drew on the following 4 sheets.
okay, Paul, can you see that on the line?
I'm looking at sheet A 2.9.1.
Okay, excellent. And David, can you circle that? You see that detail right there that David is doing?
Okay.
You can't build that parapet that way. It's got to have more height. You don't show the roof slope and drainage. You know,
Oh, I have a roof drainage sheet.
but this plan needs to show the contractor how to do that, please. It's not there.
Oh, well, sorry to interrupt you, sir. This is my M-bar design plan. I have a roof drainage sheet that's in my building permit set, which was just resubmitted yesterday.
Okay, and
Do I
it's,
need that in the M-bar, the roof drainage slope and stuff?
and it has a different parapet detail that will permit that to occur?
Well, we have a very, very low parapet. It doesn't require, and I had a plumbing engineer analyze all my new flat roofs. None of them require a roof overflow drain based on their area, calculating the volume, 3 inches of rain per hour. So we ran all those calculations. and that's been resubmitted to the building plan check engineer. I'm not understanding the issue with the parapet height. This is just a low curb, almost like a gravel stop, except we don't have a gravel roof, but
Yeah, but I don't,
is this a building code thing or a design?
no, it's that I believe that's not the way that the contractor wants to build it. And I think that this, you're not showing how the flashing's gonna work. And therefore, I think that parapet is going to rise.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I want to ask for clarification. Are you saying because there will be a drop in roof slope, that more of like a curb that's 3 plates stacked high will be
Probably.
necessary to accommodate the drop in the roof plywood sheathing?
Probably, and it.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I get that.
Okay, now this, David, I don't see any door and window details. Now, you've done a number of projects with us. I would not say that window and door details is a strong suit of yours, but if you stay with us through, I think it's going to be in one of the latter consent items. You can see what is typically done for us.
Okay, I understand you, and just to interrupt, there's a reason for that, and it isn't going to mean anything to you, but you don't understand. Nobody is looking at my drawings. Nobody is building from these drawings. These
They
drawings will go to the
should.
project site and they'll go right in the garbage can. So I'm drawing these details for you as required and requested, and I'm happy to comply, but they're not building this building from what I've drawn. They're not even looking at these drawings. I don't know what to tell you.
Are you telling me that I should report a building code violation to the inspector?
It's already, that project is already under a violation. It already has a violation because of construction without a permit.
Okay.
We're already working under a violation, and the project has no permits, and it's under full construction right now. There are 30 people over there all day, every day. I don't know what to tell you.
Draw them completely as if they were gonna look at them, please.
Okay.
Is Guillermo here, isn't that the name of your landscape architect?
Guillermo, yes, Guillermo is our landscape architect.
Is he
He's on
here?
vacation now, unfortunately.
Okay, so I want to say something else. How much do you know about Welo, please?
About the MWELO,
Yes, the model.
I understand the intention of those calculations. Guillermo does all those calculations, and those are in his package.
Okay, there's a thing called the plant factor. And the plant factor, that's a technical term that's in the Welo. There's 2 levels of them. There is what I call subsistence, which is the lower number, which is the number he's using, which means it's just barely capable of keeping those plants alive. And then there's the optimal water, which is between 20 and 30% more water. That's the number that should be used in these calculations. And he is very close between his estimated total water use and maximum allowable water allocation.
Okay.
Let's have him review that. I think it's going to change his landscape plan, which is why I care.
Let me play back to you. You're telling me to ask him to use his optimal number, not his subsistence number. Is that correct?
Right. And so he's using like 0.2 and he should be using like 0.3.
Okay,
You know, and things like that.
okay.
And
Got it.
so please get that done right. And then as I said, I think it's going to change. I think he's going to be over his maximum allowable.
And he might have to make adjustments related to the planting types and
Well, yeah.
layouts. Got it. Okay.
So
One more question for you. You mentioned something about door and window details. All the door and windows have been fabricated and they're currently on site. In fact, many of them are installed already. Would it be acceptable to just get photographs of those finished doors and windows in the field?
get very close-ups of how it's built, please. And put them-
Okay, so I will ask from the field people close-up photos of doors and windows.
So
As
it actually shows how they're built, please.
I understand you want to see like mullion sizes and vertical styles and horizontal.
And how it's connected into the wall, please.
The intersection with the wall on the interior and the exterior.
My purview is exterior. If you want to show interior, that's fine.
Yeah, I understand your M-bar, so interior is not
Okay.
really an issue. Got it.
So I'm gonna continue you. Can you get all of this done by the next meeting?
I can certainly throw myself at it. We're talking about the issue with the, do you want to, do you want me to add my roof drainage analysis
I
plan?
want you to show how this thing can actually be built in the real world, please.
Okay, so we're looking at parapet heights, roof drainage, doors and window close-ups, and then
All
the issue with
details,
with the watering. Excuse me?
all details. These drawings that you submit are the least well-developed as anybody that ever presents material to us. Please,
Okay,
please tighten it up.
Paul, so that would be July 13th would be the next meeting.
And
okay.
we need to submit.
Let me move stuff around and juggle 1,000 things. Okay, okay, okay.
And
We,
this-
we need to have the plans a couple days before that, but I'll talk to the planner and have the planner reach out and indicate like.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Thank you, bye.
Number 3 is 3 out 2 now.
Yes. yes.
Item number 3 is we're not hearing. Item number 4, are you here, please?
Daryl Becker,
60
Becker Studio.
Olive Road.
Yeah, can you hear me, John?
Yes, thank you. Claire, have you had a chance to review these plans, please?
Yes, I have. Oh, yes, I have, John, and I have a note here that says something to myself. There's something incomplete for me about them plans, but I don't know until we get going here.
Yeah, can we take a look at them? I thought that they were okay, but
Okay, so
so,
then maybe not.
no, just keep going. So Claire, they're up there.
Hi, guys. So we're presenting for final and consent of the Cook residence. This was previously reviewed by the board about a year ago with no comments. There, Claire, your comment made just a minute ago might be because there's no landscape plan, but there's no intended new landscape. We're essentially just removing the deck and then pushing straight to the lawn, and that's it.
Oh,
Part of the building.
okay, that's why I probably had down incomplete submittal because there was no landscape plan.
And then at A 6.0, that has our deep.
Paul, are you still on? Paul? Paul, okay, I guess you went off. These are good details, so thank you for showing that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was good with this project. So I have no comments. Daryl?
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine with me.
Okay, so you know the routine. We're gonna do this. We'll recommend for approval
Correct.
meeting. If you want to stay, we'd love to have you. Otherwise, chances are it's going to get approved as we
Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
do. Okay, 607 Stone Meadow Lane. Is there anybody in the audience or online for that, please?
Yes, John, it's Carl Cross from Studio William Hefner.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Yourself?
And according to my phone, actually, Carl, did you just submit something earlier in the day?
It's a lighting plan.
Okay, so what's, can we go to PDF page 2, please? This is going to get continued. The question is whether or not the chairman will review it or it needs to come back. Paul, you've got everything shown, excuse me, Carl, but you don't have anything specifically called out for the colors of the stain for the wood, the specific roofing material, which must be non-reflective. It looks like it might be reflective. You know, what kinds of stone it is. I see the pictures. I know where you're going, but it needs to be called out, please. Okay,
Are they on the detail sheets?
I didn't see it. It said somewhere, go look on the elevation sheets, and I didn't see it on the elevation sheets. Okay. That's number one. So David, I didn't find it. Okay, so then PDF page 32, please. You see that very beautiful gutter kind of something going on up there?
Yes.
Look at the detail on the right. Where is that something that's casting the shadow that has a nice quality on how to finish that up there. Where's that thing that's casting the shadow on the detail, please?
That the detail is correct. I think the one on the left is just an image showing that flashing color in the material.
Okay, let's go to PDF 34, please. The picture you shows stone at the windows. And in fact, some of the elevations show stone at these doors, not windows, but doors, but the detail shows wood.
This is really showing the sliding glass doors and the way
Yes,
they
you
come
have
back.
wood shown in the detail and you have stone shown in the image. And I believe that there are at least some that have stone shown. And what the problem here in the field is going to be that you've got to adjust the height of that, maybe of the steel beam, which is extremely critical to get that right on the way in, and to get the thickness, which is somewhere between 2 and 5 inches on the stone. Do you see what I'm saying on the exterior?
Yes, I think
So
the
you gotta-
image on the left is really just to show the head of the
Yes,
doors.
but it showed, okay, let's go to the elevations, please. I think they're farther up the page. I'm not sure where. Okay, right there. Next one up, maybe. Isn't there stone around that, or is that always wood?
No, that's metal.
Okay. Okay. And then can we go to the landscape plans?
Oh, yeah, well, this is where I think I don't think that I found anything for lawn irrigation is the question I have. I couldn't find where the irrigation plan was that was
And I don't,
feeding the lawn. You know,
and I don't think I saw Wheelo calc either. So can we go down the sheet a
oh, well,
couple?
maybe that's what I was talking about.
Keep
There was
going.
something missing from here. That
Keep going. Keep going. That is focus in down on the bottom left. There's a. Okay, that's the Wheelo calc right there. I missed it earlier. Okay, and. the number
Oh,
55, 62. Okay, so do we have a lighting plan? Was this the one that we got a new lighting plan on? Carl, did you send a lighting plan in? late
Yes,
Today,
that's the correct one right there. Yes.
and do we have that updated?
that,
Hold on just 1 sec. Okay, just want to make sure Mark got promoted.
that's
Okay.
it right there, I think.
And do we have any tree lights? We discussed them, I think, and it looked to me like you took them out because. I don't
Correct.
See, so there's no tree lights shown in this plan.
Correct.
So then everything is pathway lights then?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, fine.
Except for all out of the house fixtures. Okay, and then, what about the irrigation plan? Do you feel about it? They've got the wheel.
Well, if they've got the wheelos, yeah, then I don't need to see the plan. Yeah.
Do you have any?
Yeah,
comments?
this is Mark Koskowski. I was just allowed on as a panelist as opposed to viewing from the audience. So I'm here to be able to answer any questions.
You're the landscape architect?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So, do you have an irrigation plan, please?
We have our hydrozone plan with our Imwello calcs.
Yeah,
Right.
but nothing more specific than that?
Not yet.
It's fine.
Okay, I'm okay with this project too. So we are going to recommend for approval as submitted. Thank you very much. And thank you for explaining some of those details.
Yes, John.
I understood, so I understand it better. So thanks a lot, guys.
So this,
Thank you.
oh,
This one to go. Okay,
okay, here, yeah,
we ready? Dave, are you here? Ah, okay. Dave Tip decided to sit down there because he had a hard time seeing if you wanted to try that. Okay, very good. Okay, I'd like to call the June 29th, 2023 Montecito Board of Architects review to order. First item on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on items that are not on our agenda, please?
I have not received any speaker slips and I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Roman numeral 2, agenda status report. I know of 2 items at least. Is there anything else?
Yes, so items C1 and C3 before the meeting have requested a continuance to the July 13th meeting. And item number 3 has requested a continuance, excuse me, to the July 27th hearing.
Would you like a motion to that effect?
I would love a motion. Thank you.
Anybody want to move to continue those?
I'll move to continue item C1, C3, and item 3 to the agendas you mentioned. Do I need to?
Is there a second, please? Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That was the light of the second. Minutes that were not able to get approved, are presented to us today because of, illness, so we'll get those next time. I would move to, continue those till the next meeting. please.
July 13th. Okay,
Is
thanks.
there a second, please? I'll second that. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? MBAR members informational briefing. Anyone go anywhere, do anything?
On item 5.
Okay, so.
No.
No.
Item 6, I will be recusing myself.
Okay, anybody else? Staff update, anything?
Nothing for me. Kimberly, do you have anything?
Nothing for me either. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Montecito consent items, we had 5 items, 2 of which were continued, which we just took care of. Item C2, 465 Hot Springs Road was a remodel we've looked at a couple times. It was on for final. I felt that there were insufficient details. And I felt that the reload count was improperly done. And the total allowable water use, maximum allowable water use and the total estimated water use were too close, I felt. And my guess is when they do them correctly, they're gonna have to change the ones with that. So to that effect, I'd like to make a motion to continue that to a future meeting. Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, item C3 is we know we continued. Item 4 is on for both preliminary and final, and that was Becker Studios. They did a very minor piece of little project at 680 Olive Road. I'd like to ask if there's anybody that would like to address the board, because this is on for preliminary, please, on this item. Anybody?
No requests.
Okay, and to that end, I'd like to move for both preliminary and final approval as submitted. Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Carries unanimously. 607 Stone Meadow Lane was on for final. And we reviewed it and discovered that there was some information there that I had not found in reviewing it. And as a result, we now feel that the project is okay as submitted. And would like, to that end, I'd like to move for final approval as submitted. Is there a second? I'll second that. Any discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? So, having done that, standard adjust agenda discussion item. Fine, sir. Alex, you're up. Welcome back.
Yes, thank you, Alex Tuttle. I actually have staff person Lila Spring, who's patching in remotely, who I think is going to walk us through this. But I am available for questions or to fill in any gaps. Lila, are you on?
I am, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lila Spring in Long Range Planning, and I'm here today because at the beginning of the year, the Board of Supervisors adopted objective design standards for multi-unit and mixed-use housing developments. And these were adopted because the state has been moving towards more and more projects that are exempt from discretionary design review. So these would apply in those instances. We are now in the process of developing similar ordinances for the Montecito Land Use and Development Code and the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. And so we are here today to request a representative from this group to provide feedback to us as we go through that process of developing those standards. We are also soliciting a representative from each of the other three BARs. In addition, we also are responding to SB 9, which requires similar objective design standards be developed for single family housing when certain circumstances apply. So our goal would be to have this group be able to provide feedback for us on both the multi-unit and mixed-use housing objective design standards and those that are being developed for single family. And our goal is to have this take place over the course of 1 or 2 meetings. So we're here today to try and identify a representative for that effort.
To that end, the people that are experts in architecture are not necessarily experts in landscape architecture and vice versa. Since we believe that landscape is at least as important as the primary building in the Montecito community, is it possible to appoint 2 representatives, one with an expertise in landscape and one with an expertise in architecture, please?
It's certainly possible. And just to be clear, this isn't like some formal task force or anything like that. It's just a more informal ad hoc group that would work together in reviewing and potentially refining these standards. When they went through the process 6 months ago, it went through pretty much without comment. And so we don't anticipate sweeping changes to these standards, but we certainly have the ability to nip and tuck and refine as if appropriate. So I don't know if you all, when it went through 6 months ago, or if you've had a chance to look through them currently, there is certainly the focus is on building, but there is, I'm scrolling through, try to remind myself whether there's anything regarding landscaping. And
Yeah. Here. Oh,
yeah, there is a little bit with regard to landscaping. So
Yeah.
If that's your preference, we can work with that.
And site design. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
you know, you can get in the most beautiful building in the worst site plan in the world, and it's going to be a disaster. So that's kind of all together. So,
And John, I just wanted to comment that because I mean, I have read the whole document and have gone through it, and specifically the landscape section, item on 2 and 4, it's not doable per what you've got written down here. You know, I mean, one of the things is one of them says that plant materials are limited to native or non-native drought tolerant species. Well, the drought's over and it may never come back. So I think that's an incorrect statement. I mean, you know, because Yeah, yeah, and then number two, number four, there's some, I have some issues with that too. So that's one of the reasons why John is saying landscape person, because I think that section, whoever wrote that up has no idea about plants. That section is not workable from my point of view. Yeah.
And Robert, you had expressed an interest. Could you take that on?
Yeah, I would be willing to serve as the representative focused more on the architecture from the MBAR.
And you know, I might recommend, as it turns out, I have this for another item. There are a heck of a lot of shoulds in here. I think that if we went through this and turned shoulds into shalls, we might get exactly what we need. So that will significantly alter the document that you have. I understand what I'm saying. But I would have to recommend that we at least compare whatever standards they have to this, and then we can go from there. And then, of course, our expense.
Can we have some group discussions, and then I, as the representative, present what the whole group kind of thinks? I mean,
You mean in terms of reporting back to
yeah,
the MBAR? Yeah, you would certainly have that ability.
Okay.
I will just caution you, you know, for one, these are specific, these ones you're looking at are specific to multifamily.
Yep.
And
But you also said SB 9.
yeah, SB 9 will come into play as well, which is a single family. The key is objective, so that it doesn't take basically the idea is anyone who looks at the project and looks at the standards would be able to apply them equally. So that is what we are shooting for. So I know you say it's in the Montecito design guidelines, there's the ability to perhaps shift from should to shall. Yeah, but you still have to look at them and see if they pass the test of being objective.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I just want to keep, I'll probably keep reminding us of that requirement, because that is the key.
I have a question, Alex. What have where were these standards based from? Or were they, did they come from a document, the original ordinance, Montecito guidelines, or I'm just out of curiosity, were they developed from scratch, or did you have a template? I'm just more curious.
They were not developed from scratch. They were developed in large part from reviewing what had been incorporated in various other jurisdictions of doing the same effort. So pulled and picked from other examples and created this set.
Is there any other discussion, please? I'd like to appoint Robert and Claire to be our representatives, if that's okay with everybody. Everybody? Okay.
Hey,
Have you got what you need there, Alex?
yep, can we be formal about it and make a motion?
I will move to appoint Robert and Claire to the Objective Zoning and Design Standards Committee and Task Group,
Call it a working group.
Working Group.
There we go.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that. for sure.
Any further discussion? I'd like to say thank you to both of them in advance. All those in favor, please? Aye. And opposed. Okay, you done, Alex? Thank you very much. Item number 2, 525 Hot Springs Road. Cass, are you here, please?
I am. Yeah, good afternoon.
And you are on for concept. I think this is the first time we've seen this project. There is a comment letter that is supportive. And so please go ahead and make your presentation.
Great. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Well,
Can we look at the FAR really quickly, please?
The FAR is at 100.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So yeah, page 2 for whoever's driving is the survey would be a good place to start. And I just want to point out some of the landmarks, existing landmarks that I think are a big influence on our design. Do a little annotation to help board members. There are 2 existing curb cuts, one on the north, one on the south here, that are right off Hot Springs Road. Specimen kind of oak tree, 3 large specimen sycamore trees, and then another oak that's in the middle. And I glanced over, there's a Montecito sanitation line easement with one of their main lines. 12-foot easement runs north to south across the property. And then there's a lot of dense canopy of mature trees along this western portion of the property. That's kind of the major existing site features. The next page, please. Site photos and context for the board. You may recall this property. There was a previous project in 2020 that went before the board and received a final approval and a land use permit. So we can go through each of the photos here. Photo 1 is a view looking west. It's the bottom right corner. Photo 2 is along the north property line, and you can see there's no grass growing there. That's the existing curb cut and old driveway. Photo 3 is looking west as well. Photo 4 is looking south and has the sycamores on the left-hand side there. Photo 5 is looking back towards Hot Springs Road, and there's that oak tree that's kind of in that large developable area of the site, and the sycamores in the background. 6 to the left there is a view of Montecito Peak from the southern part of the parcel. View number 7 there is on the southern property line looking east towards Mount Carmel. And 8, image 8 is almost from the same location. It's just at a slight angle, and you get the Romero Ridge there. And that will kind of come into play on the next page, which is our site plan. And so kind of starting again on Hot Springs on the right-hand side of the page, we are proposing 2 driveways. The southern driveway is a service access that uses the existing curb cut. The main driveway is just to the north of that. And we've created this kind of lariat-shaped driveway through the property and around those sycamores, and kind of to take advantage of that view of Romero Ridge line that I just pointed out as you exit. We have the home just to the west of that sewer easement with an attached 3-car garage, and the development of the pool cabana, guest house, and the pop tennis court in the rear. I do want to point out we are removing some trees along the north and south property line that are mainly acacia, Brazilian pepper, ash, but I thought the board would want to specifically know we're removing an oak right up here for this court, a small oak right here by the cabana, and then an oak, that one oak that's kind of sitting right in the middle of the property. Duke McPherson is our consulting arborist. I spoke to him about transplanting that one oak where the home is proposed to be located. He said it was not worth it, and we are better off mitigating for it. Next page, please. These are site sections, 3 cross sections through the parcel, 1 longitudinal that kind of runs all the way from Hot Springs to the west property line. The dash line, they're pretty small scale, but the dash line shows the existing grade. So you can see where we are doing some cut. And then I have the height limits on there for both the main residence and those accessory structures. We are 4 and 12 pitch. So they are the 19-foot height limit I do show there, and then the 35-foot height limit for the residence. Next page, please. This is a little exhibit I did just to compare to because the board did see a previous project and granted approval to this. Looks like it's taking a second to load. Essentially, the yellow footprint and dash red line is what was previously approved. It was like a Spanish revival style home with the tower. The one thing I'm a little remiss that I didn't show in this drawing is they had proposed to use both curb cuts, and they had this horseshoe shaped driveway instead of this kind of lariat shaped driveway we have. The bottom, the elevation kind of reveals a little of the architecture. We'll get into that with the renderings and elevations, but it just kind of is to demonstrate. I want to demonstrate the proposed massing with this project relative to that previous project that had the tower. Next page, please. These are just the plans. We have a wholly underground basement, no exterior access or windows for mechanical, electrical, and storage. We will have a crawl space. Our proposed floor plan. These are rotated, so the left side of the sheet is north. The north side is mainly the private side of bedrooms, offices, and then the communal spaces are in the center and the southern portion. And one of the program requirements is to kind of have vaulted spaces in those kind of communal gathering areas. So the next page is the second story. It's just 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, kind of efficient floor plan. Sorry, these look like they're taking a little while to load. Next page is the roof plan, and you'll see a lot of hip forms in the roof plan and the elevations. We can just skip to the elevations if you want. So we're trying to evoke a little charm and character and interest with a little nod to traditional architecture, kind of a more timeless style. The material palette's really simple. We're going to do a slate roof, not a Da Vinci fake slate, but a real slate roof, painted white horizontal board for the most part, lap siding, some vertical board, and custom wood doors and windows that will be painted. We do show some masonry fireplaces on here. We're proposing right now, the thought is like a Luder's limestone, and which is like in a tan color, kind of a buff color. We are exploring the idea of maybe doing a brick, like a painted whitewash brick too. You can do the next page. And I do have that kind of reference of the previous plan. That's the red dash line there. The west elevation there, which is the top on this sheet, there is a little departure from that kind of more traditional architecture here with the larger openings, and that is intentional. That's just more of a reflection of the required program that the clients gave us, and just trying to create a little bit more of that indoor outdoor lifestyle and living with big openings, and that just faces the backyard. Go to the next page. Unfortunately, I guess I need to break this up a little bit more. These are some renderings that don't seem to be loading that well. I give you a little bit more of a 3D view of the building. And if they ever load, we could see them, but then I have floor plans of the accessory buildings.
I'm going to try opening the box. Maybe that will render a little.
Okay. Yes.
I'm too. Yeah. You're on sheet 11.
This is a material board.
I'll ask for a computer upgrade in the next budget.
Seems like it could. I think we're chair. So we were page 11.
We have a laptop here with images. For somebody that wants to see them. Yeah. Did you want her back, David?
Perfect. I think we were page 13 is what we were trying to get to, I believe. Sorry, 14. These are just the elevations without the there's the renderings.
Okay, I think we've seen them. Can we go to the, now we're in the same problem here. He's got 24 sheets. We should look at all of them, I think, please.
Guys, just let me know where you want to go.
Yeah, this is perfect. If you guys can see the renderings, we just have renderings of the approach. Then these are the accessory buildings, floor plan, elevations, roof plan. They're all relatively simple footprints and forms on the site. You can keep going, David, if you don't mind. I think the other main image or plan, which is page 18, is the grading plan that's worth discussing. We're kind of fortunate in that someone had proposed a previous project here. We're working with the same civil engineer. We're applying many of the same grading strategies. I mean, the site slopes from north to south, so there's the obvious drainage path. And that previous project was a tier 3 project, and they have subterranean kind of storm retention. And we're doing a similar thing here. We are a tier 3. Our retention basins are essentially in the same location, but we have been able to work with the civil engineer in our design to reduce the overall post-project impervious area by over 5,000 square feet. That's page 18. That's not it, but so we have been working really hard with the civil engineer to reduce that quantity. And then we're also, for the driveway, made it permeable and still able to meet the Montecito Fire Department standards. And limit the amount of grading. There it is. Limit the amount of grading around the sycamores and oaks that are on the eastern part of the property at the entry to really protect those. I've met with Montecito Fire on site. They've signed off on the driveway and the site planning from a protection standpoint. As Chair noted, there is a letter submitted. We did reach out to the neighbors and most of them and emailed them, been in touch with some of them, met with one neighbor on site and shared the plans. And I think that's, I believe, who submitted the letter. Scott's here right next to me. He can talk about the landscape plan, then address questions.
Hi, I'm Scott Menzel, the landscape architect. I'll keep this brief. We are proposing a 6-foot tall wall along Hot Springs Road and new perimeter screening around the entire property. We have approximately 26 new trees proposed. Landscape materials, hardscape materials, we are looking at a gray stone like Pennsylvania bluestone, and everywhere possible, a permeable gravel. Kaz mentioned the driveway is mostly permeable, and we're doing gravel with a gravel pave system that the fire department has approved. And then lastly, there are some retaining walls at the north and southern ends of the house, and those are pretty minimal, at most 3 feet tall, stacked stone walls. And on the last 2 pages, I believe, of this plan set, or the 2 pages following this plan, are just a preliminary plant palette, mostly drought tolerant plants.
Can you go up to the site plan, to the landscape plan, just leave it there and let it slowly refresh? Okay, Scott, are you done then, please?
I am done.
Okay, questions, please. I'm gonna just go down the line, Dave. Dave?
Yeah.
Questions?
Did you consider moving the house a little towards the street to try to preserve that oak tree that you're removing?
We would still be in the critical root zone, and then we have to be set back a certain distance because we do have that basement from the sanitation line because it's a main line. So we could probably study moving it a little bit closer. We're also dealing with the garage moving forward and shifting into the sycamore canopy some more because it will push the driveway. So we can study it, but we did look at that in the original kind of design.
Okay, and then you're proposing to preserve all the perimeter landscaping that's there now or enhance it?
Certainly along that western property line, there's some dense landscaping there that we are preserving. On the north and southern property lines, there's really scraggly, tall, skinny acacias, which we plan on removing and replacing with something. So I think that'll be an improvement to the privacy and screening along those property lines. And we're maintaining what's at the west or back of the property.
Well, I'll add one thing though. On the western portion, there's oak, sycamores, and an ash. We're gonna keep all of that. In the top corner, you can see an X. There is a fairly significant eucalyptus that we are planning on removing due to fire concerns, exactly where that mouse is. But everything else along that western portion is there to remain.
Okay, I missed one part, but you're proposing new landscape screening for the entire perimeter of the property. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Robert.
Is the wall right on the property line, or is there space between the wall and Hot Springs?
So there's a right of way. I don't know exactly how far back it is from the edge of the road, but it's a good 10 to 15 feet back. So we are outside of the right of way. So whatever that distance is from the edge of the road is what we're set back.
And do you propose planting out there? I don't quite see it on this plan.
Yep, we're proposing new planting between the wall and the edge of road.
There's the wall. I'm kind of noting it in red, so we are proposing planting trees.
Yeah. Okay, no more questions.
Bill, please.
The drive that's on the south part of the property that just shorts in there, the little trash. What is that? Is that just a little service access kind of a thing? Is it
Exactly what it is. It's a service access. We're utilizing, there's an existing curb cut already there. And when we went to this kind of lariat shaped kind of loop driveway, we wanted to create a service access point and then kind of that mechanical and trash, all of those things down there.
Is that going to feel less formal and not so much like the main entrance? I know you have a gate, but maybe it could be, is it subdued, I guess, for the main gate?
Yeah, that's the intention. And, we're here for conceptual, but that would be something that we would develop in that nature. They would not want to compete with each other. We wouldn't want anyone pulling to the service entry.
You're not in flood area there?
No.
Okay. And then last question, is that a pickleball court or tennis court?
It's pop tennis court.
It's a pop.
Which I had to look up pop tennis, and pop tennis is played with paddles. And but instead of having a plastic ball, you have a tennis ball that is softer, and I believe it's a little bit larger, so it doesn't have that hard plastic sound. So it's larger than a pickleball court, kind of unfortunately for the site planning slightly, but it's a different style of a game.
And the position for that was based on topography or alignment or
position in terms of like being on the west side of the property?
Yeah, proximity to the west property line versus moving to the middle or somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted the house to be as close to the street as possible. And really those sycamores are dictating a lot of this design, as well as the Montecito sanitation line. Those have really created this big buffer between Hot Springs and a lot of the developable area on this 2-acre parcel. It's large, but the area that you can develop is kind of where we are developing it. And then the optimal orientation of the court is north-south, obviously, so.
I correct myself, the pushing it to the northern property line, I guess, versus the centering. That was really my question. I realized it wasn't east and west. So was there a reason why it was pushed as far north as you could go?
I think if that relates a little bit to the grading, you can kind of see there's a small retaining wall around that court. So we're keeping that court a little bit higher to try and reduce the grading. And then we're allowing, I think there's only like about 10 or 12 feet between that wall and the pool cabana. So pushing it even closer to the pool cabana, it just didn't seem, it seemed a little congested and not like a great architectural solution.
And it's sunken down, kind of that northern corner, sort of sunken into the hill there, slope, whatever.
Correct.
That rock retaining wall, is that like 3 or 4 feet tall? Something like that?
Yeah, we're pretty well balanced. At the north end, we are cut, and that wall is at most 3 feet. And then same thing at the southern end. There's a little 3-foot retaining wall.
Trying to stay out of like any engineered large walls.
Great, thank you.
Claire,
Well, let's get going with the grading, because on the agenda, you've got 3,000 cubic feet of cut and 450 of fill. So you just said that you were intending to balance that on site. Is that accurate?
I think Scott was referring to balancing the court grading.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So then if you're going to be if we're going with the 3,000 of cut, how are you going to remove that from the property?
Yeah,
Is it export?
there is export. The grading plan at the top of it, I kind of had the civil engineer break it out. There's quite a bit just associated. I think there's like 1150 associated with the house due to the basement and the crawl space. So almost half that grading is just related to the main residence. And then the rest of it is for the driveway, the cabana, all that development in the corner and the pool associated with it. So there is export in the balance of that 3,000 less the 450.
So when you come back, would you just do those numbers so that we understand what the impact of that export is going to be on the community?
The
number of trucks it's going to take to export. Okay.
The export number should already be on the grading plan, which I believe is page 18, the page right before this. So keep scrolling up a little at the top there on the left, the top left of that key, exactly right there. If that were to load, you'd see the total grading associated with house, and then site grading, that data, those data points are right there.
Dave, can you tell us what those numbers are, please?
I have it in front of me here. So is that what you're asking about, Chair? What those numbers are?
Cut, fill, export.
Overall cut 3,000, fill 450, net quantity of export 2,550.
Export.
If you go out to the site, it seems like a flat site, but there's a 7-foot fall from the north to south across this site. But when you stand there, it's really hard to perceive that that's dropping 7 feet.
Claire, are you done? Questions? Yes. A lighter questions.
How many total oaks are you planning on removing?
3.
Can you highlight?
And you're going to do the mitigation of replanting up to, I think they're what, 24, 36 inch?
Yeah, we're working with Duke McPherson. He's given us sort of a preliminary report, and we're talking about doing a 1-to-1 replacement ratio using 36 inch or larger box specimens.
I thought it was 5 to 1 or something.
Depends on the size.
Okay,
I highlighted those 3 oak locations on the site plan here in red.
right. The triangle area, what use is that going to be? Is that just going to be a garden landscape, and the center of that is surrounded in darker green? What's the delineation between that and the lighter green area?
Yeah, the darker green you're seeing is the canopy, a very awkwardly shaped canopy of those 3 sycamores. They lean really heavily to the south, so they're really imbalanced canopies. But that center portion of the driveway is just strictly going to be landscaping.
Okay, and I see 3 cars that look like they're in a garage. If that's correct, where is guest parking?
You have a guest parking space right here.
For 1 car?
We also I mean, you can park in front of the garage. I mean, there is space there.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Claire, did you have another question?
Yeah, I wanted to know what the material was that's around the pool and, you know, what that, I mean, it's paving, obviously, or cement. I just was wondering what you were proposing for that area.
Yeah, we're
Number
looking.
7?
No, 8.
Oh, 8. Okay,
Yeah, we're looking at a grayish toned stone. like
okay, thank you.
Can we go back to the site plan, please? And the upper right on the pool, there's some large area. I can't, number 19, I think, or 16. Yeah, what can you tell us what that material is? please?
Yeah, that's turf or lawn.
And have you considered alternate sizes and shapes to try to save water, please?
Yes, we have, and I've already done some preliminary water calculations. We've got our CWSA from Montecito water. So our preliminary calculations are working out, but we can certainly further study the size and shape of that lawn as needed.
Okay, I have no further. So public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 2, 525 Hot Springs Road, please?
No hands raised, but I do note that we do have someone joining us by phone. So if that's you, when you were talking about the item that you're here for and you want to speak on the item, hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand. Then it would be *6 after that to unmute yourself.
Anybody?
Still seeing no hands.
Okay, so just before we make comments, many of us saw this property at its previous iteration, but not everybody that's on the board now was on the board then. So please comment about whether or not you want to see a new 2-story residence with story posts, and then we could look at the grading as well. So back through the same order, Dave, please.
Wait, real quick, Chair, do we read the letter into the record or no? It's submitted by the neighbor.
Will say that it's supportive. Do you think something more than that?
No, that's fine. I just didn't know if all board members were aware.
So there it is. Okay, everybody. Yes. We're not trying to deny you. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, Dave, comments, please, your turn.
Yeah, in general, I think it's very nice looking to see the project. My main concern would be the grading, and for me to approve the grading, I need more information, some site sections and more justification for that amount of cut and export, and a real reason why it can't be balanced on site, why you're doing the grading. and why the development can't be stepped. And just, that's a lot of grading, so I need more information to justify that. I would like to see story poles just for the very simple story pole for the ridge line. I know there was a previous project approved, but I think that's valid to have this and have community be able to see it. Other than that, I think as long as the grading and making sure that the building height, other than that, I think it's a very nice project.
Robert?
Yeah, I know you have crawl spaces in a basement, which is probably the bulk of your export, but and the pool.
And the tennis court.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can reduce it. I mean, you're so far under the height limit, you could almost raise it a little. But that's not my position to state. So really, I do appreciate the nod to traditional architecture. And I'm very happy that it's going in that direction. And I think it's a well-designed project.
Story poles, yes, no?
Yes, story poles for sure.
Bill, please.
Yeah, story poles for sure. The second story portion only is necessary. I would suggest that the secondary driveway be simplified. You know, maybe it's just gravel. I'm not sure how much or often it would be used, but try to diminish that, make it more of a service and less obvious cut there. And then you can celebrate the main entry. That was one thought I had. Proximity of the mini tennis court. I mean, if there was a way to pull it back off the property line, or maybe better if you identify what's happening on the other side there with the neighbor, and just the footprint, because that's not a corner lot. Those are the two other lots there. So it would be good maybe next time around just to show what's happening there and think about the noise generation of whether it's you doing the tennis court with the softball or the next person doing a pickleball court. This seems to be an issue with noise in pickleball courts right now, so be cognizant of that. Also, as the other members have talked about grading, if you can try to figure out a way to balance the cut and fill on site, that would be great. The architecture is great. I don't have any trouble or problem with the house that you've designed. I think it's nice looking, and then just a few little tweaks and you'll be there. Thank you.
Claire, please.
Well, I was one of the few people that seemed to have remembered the old project. And I also should declare that the neighbors that wrote the letter are actually very good friends of mine. So I'm very familiar with this project and how it sits in the neighborhood. So, and I really like the fact, and so do the neighbors, that it's been reduced in height. And then there still is the issue with the amount of grading, especially the export. So I request that you actually relook at that before you come back. And I think that's it.
Story poles. Claire?
It makes no difference to me. I know, I don't care if I don't see stuff. I mean, I know this project from several years ago, and you know, it's considerably shorter than it was before. It was very tall, and then that's what the neighbors didn't like about it, the project before. And now it seems to be reduced. So for me, I don't need story poles, but if I have to go look at them, I'll go look at them.
Elida, please.
I agree. This is a beautifully designed project. I do have a question. If it's 2 acres, it looks like almost a full acre of that is going to be planted out. And I can't tell at this point what is going to be drought tolerant planting versus.
She knows that. And Elida, please finish.
what is going to be planted with your drought tolerant palette as opposed to what's going to be lawn? Because I'm concerned about irrigating the lawn, and perhaps we'll get a reload count before you come back so we can get a good understanding of how much irrigation it's going to take to support this project. Otherwise, I think it's a nice project.
Is that it? And story polls, yes, no?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I also think it's a very nicely designed project. I do note that the pool equipment room down in the lower left of the project is pretty close to the property line. I noticed that the tennis court or whatever that thing is called is pretty close to the north. I strongly suspect that you could bring both of those towards the center of the project. Sound diminishes as the square of the distance. So if you can double the distance from the property line, you reduce the sound by 4, just with that simple move. So if you could take a look at ways to pull things off, noise generating items off the property lines, I would appreciate it. I think that lawn area or whatever it is awfully large and it seems arbitrarily rectangular. I'm wondering if you could really work with your clients to figure out the amount of lawn they need to fully enjoy their property, but not to be in excess. It's the maximum allowable water. It doesn't mean let's see what we can do to get every last drop of it and use it on the property. So if you could be below the reload, I think all of us in the community would appreciate it. But besides that, very, very nice project. So I also want story polls. And the last comment is that secondary driveway, I believe it was Amy that designed the last site plan. Do I remember that correctly? Do you remember? From Greens, Purple Green? Well, I'm wondering if there's a way to join that entry with this secondary and reduce the 2 driveways. You have trash down there. I don't see an easy way to bring trash from the house down there. Maybe there's a pathway, maybe there isn't. It seems awfully long to get down there. And I'm wondering if there's a way to consolidate that. Maybe there isn't, but I'm wondering if you could study that. So those are all the comments I have. Does anybody else need to make one last comment? Thank you very much for joining us today. We'll see you out at the site visit.
Can we clarify that where you would like to see the story poles? Is it just the ridge line of
Yes.
the
Do we have a
story?
route plan that we can actually look at? Or-
Yeah, it would be page 10.
Okay, so where,
So the second story would be, if I can draw on here, let's see.
it's right there, right?
Yeah, this would be the ridge of the second story right here.
Yeah. That's all we need, correct, everybody? Just that one ridge,
Yes, that's what.
everybody? Yeah, try to keep the cost to you way down. Okay?
Appreciate it. What would we be coming back for? Is there a chance we could push this along with the story poles? We have an assigned planner already. So I'm just curious what the board would feel comfortable with there.
Yes, but they have them now. Well, shall we put it on for preliminary? That does not necessarily mean that you will get preliminary, but let's put it on so you could get it if the drawings are complete.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, item number 3 was continued. Item number 4, please. Which is 2500 East Valley Road. We did a site visit today to that property.
So there's a lot of files for this one. Just when the team gets situated, just let me know where you want to start.
Okay, Okay. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Eva. I'm remoting in. Sorry I missed the site visit this morning, but I just wanted to introduce the project and just let you guys know I'm here if any land use questions come up. And I don't know, do you want any kind of additional presentation from the team, or do you want to just move to questions that came up during the site visit?
Well, actually, there's a memo. I don't remember what is in the memo, but let's read that, or at least review it, please. Okay. Rating, planning staff would appreciate the board's input regarding the proposed grading, specifically in regards to the Montecito Community Plan. Grading from future ministerial and discretionary projects in Montecito shall be minimized to the extent feasible in order to prevent unsightly scars in the natural topography due to grading and to minimize the potential for earth slippage, erosion, and other safety concerns. Landscape planning staff would appreciate the board's input regarding the proposed landscape plan, specifically in the regions of the site that are on slopes greater than 20%. So I would think that that's a lot of the site. Landscape plans required for all new development on slopes greater than 20%. Shall strive to ensure revegetation of graded areas. All landscape plans shall be subject to the review of the county BAR. So if you can specifically address those two items while we're going ahead. And the question that did come back, we saw the plans today. We asked a lot of questions while we were out there. Do we need another formal presentation? Would we like to just have them answer any questions that we have? What do we think, please?
Okay, with just questions, if that's what they.
We asked some questions on the site that I'm not sure were fully answered. Could you kind of jump to those? I think there was a number about pavings and some material. Claire asked a question about whether or not a opening in a 2 or 3 foot high wall could be kept. Could you address any and all of those questions, please?
Yes.
Garage doors, the little exhaust unit on the end of the garage, please.
I will start with answering a question about pavement to elaborate on what we discussed this morning on site. As you saw, that due to the 20 years of deferred maintenance on the site, the existing paving is quite uneven, presents a number of tripping hazards. So we have worked through the design process with Post Hazeltine to come up with a hardscape that is both functional and safe for use and for walking across it. And that also drains well and functions when we have these large rain events that we saw this past year. So working with Stantec to make sure that those new walls have appropriate drainage, and that all of the hardscape is sloped to those drains. And then, as we discussed with Tim, working through a number of options and coming up with hardscape patterning and materials that maintain the integrity of the historic space.
And then I will touch on the garage bays and the exhaust. So after our site visit, we actually went out and measured the doors. So as you can see on the screen, the existing single car garage door is 7'10" and a half. So because they are small in width, that was the reason for combining the two bays. And with that, we still are retaining all of the existing paneling. So even though we're removing a single car, we're creating that same panel style on the new doors. You can see that in our drawings. And then regarding the exhaust. So after a site visit, I went back and spoke to our mechanical engineer, and based on the square footage, we are over 1,000 square feet. We're at 1,200, 1,190 to be exact. And because of that, we had our mechanical engineer double check, and we unfortunately have no exemption for residential. That's the reason why we need to have a mechanical exhaust. And so because we are doing that, there is precedent at the existing home where Reginald Johnson actually designed systems to be hidden in decorative chimneys. So that was the thought behind this chimney. If we were able to remove it, we would happily do so, but unfortunately, that appears not to be the case.
There was a wall, small wall. There was a curve, there was a cut right here that you were, or just above that, maybe it's right there. That Claire pointed out and said, can we keep it? So could you address that, please? Is it up a little higher? Is it right there? Right there.
That is another one of the paving in that area, just where we were looking, is all very uneven and needs to be repaired. And then as we mentioned on site, the brick is all crumbling and is in poor condition. So looking at repairing that with a new wall.
I think John is referring to the upper terrace that's now where the paving, that whole area was done.
right
And
there, right?
you said at the time that was going away and that whole terrace was going to be garden. Or I think that's what you said.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I think that's what John is referring to, not the wall.
The steps.
Oh, the steps to the wall. Okay,
That's what I was trying to bring up your issue.
got it. Okay, got it. And which,
And I heard the litany, old brick, we want to change it the way we want it. That's what I heard you say. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions that people remember?
I do have a question. I couldn't, David, I couldn't find the file in box to look at this yesterday, and I had a work conflict, so I couldn't make the site visit this morning, which I understand is shameful from what they saw. Would it be possible that I might, someone can call me and tell me if there's going to be other work crews up there or any of you there on site that I might come and see the property?
Eva, could you make a private showing, please? Okay.
Absolutely.
Would you please give your phone number to your planner? And you give the phone number to the planner so we don't make it public.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eva.
Of course.
Turn it on.
I just wanted to clarify the walls that you're doing in the back. Your lasers in there that you're taking out.
It's the button. It's a button.
Oh, it's a button. I'm pushing the thing. In this area here, and you're moving back, and that was kind of a brick material with a stone cap. And you were proposing a plaster. Is there a reason why you couldn't do another kind of brick in those areas with a stone cap? Anywhere? I mean, yeah, okay.
I think that could be an option. We were looking at the plaster, the parch painted finish to match the other landscape walls that we saw to the south of the house.
Is there other existing plaster walls that are
Yes.
plaster covered? Not, because it seemed like everything had brick and slurry or paint on it. Is that-
The existing walls at the west motor court are all of that painted stucco.
Oh, they are?
Yes. And then
Okay.
the walls at the dining terrace are also that same material.
Okay, All right, I'm glad I asked.
So brick is an option.
Yeah, thank you.
Going back to that new wall, isn't there a really large oak tree right against the existing wall there? Where does that show on the plan?
Which wall?
The north,
This one?
yes, there's a giant oak right almost in the wall, existing wall face. What happens to that? I don't see it on the plan.
I believe that would be in the tree plan or the bio report. Appendix.
Yeah, we should have an exhibit of the trees.
And my other question is, I didn't get a chance to look at details. Do you have a detail for the new wrought iron you're proposing?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
If you could navigate, sir, to the landscape addendum that says details, yes, please. And then they are on L-6.16 and L-6.17. We mentioned this briefly on site, but these new railings are inspired by the existing decorative railings.
So are these the new railings that are also going to be, or this style going to be used on that where we went up the steps with the 6 foot? That you said that was going to be removed on the back of the house when we went all the way up those stairs, and then it had a 6 foot metal
Correct.
fence, whatever you call
Yes.
it.
The bottom detail there on the right is the new fence at that middle terrace.
Got it. So that's instead of what we saw then on the right, lower right, that's what's going to be, that's going to get changed to that.
Correct.
Which is great because it's more consistent with the rest of them. Thank you.
Yeah. So can you show us the tree? That big oak? Is it in the set somewhere?
There's an exhibit in the bio, in the arborist report. That should show it.
I think some of those trees actually occur on this original site plan. From
Eva,
what I
could you
remember.
guide us? We've got,
I'm trying to see if it's up there. Somebody from the team might actually have a hard copy as well. I'm not sure.
well, let them try to find it.
Dave, the third group down, it's called landscape plan, maybe see if it's on there. Oh, that's what that is. Mhm.
Yeah, come on up. As they say on TV, you can approach the bench. Yeah, so this is the grading plan, so. Is it up in here? So is that being retained? You're adding 4 feet of dirt to it and 2'8" of dirt. We're cutting the dirt 4'3", so that tree is dead.
So the tree is going to remain.
No, it's gonna,
That goes away.
well, it's 4'3" down, 2'8" down, 1'8" down below the current surface. And so the roots that are going on basically are dead.
Hi, this is Soren Kringle, I'm the planner. I'm just going to share my screen with the arborist report and the tree plan, so you can see the trees by the retaining wall you're talking about.
Oh, there they are. Oh, there's quite a few things.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, are they all oaks? Please.
The ones with these ones removed are all oaks.
And what's the maximum size of the diameter of the trunk at breast height? Diameter of breast height, DBH.
Give me 1 second, I can go down to the list. So we're looking at 35 and 40. $35.
20,
So
30 inches. Per tree.
Yeah, it's too about.
15.
All right, deleted. Cool. Thanks. Yeah. It actually looks, the intake folder, actually looks like we're down to like 10 folders. Yeah. And as soon as we made the determination about whether or not, yeah.
So
yeah,
So yes.
got it. 15.
Eight and 9.
I don't know what's gonna replace it. Still, I'm not super clear how we didn't notify it.
That meeting, we haven't, we're just meeting.
I talked to building and safety because we had one this morning, and they said it was mostly a feel good.
Okay, so we're still in questions. Did everybody, so in other words, there are some trees that are somewhere in the 8 and 9 range, and then there's some trees that are in the 30-inch range. One. Does everybody understand that? Yes.
Can we identify where the larger ones are located?
Well, that's right. I believe that big 30-inch is right there. It might be that one.
Why are they being pulled? Are they,
Okay, well,
is
that-
it
that's-
a view? What
They
is it
want-
obstructing a view?
Okay. Yes, that's an excellent question. Why do we need to lose, in particular, the 30-inch diameter here? Why can't we have a design that saves that, please? That's her question.
Eva,
Oh, sorry, I thought Ian was gonna take that.
I'm happy to, if you want.
Yeah, you can take it, Ian. It's really the site design.
We worked closely with an ecologist to review and prepare the tree report. And in particular, tree number 35 and the one immediately to the east of it, as you noted, are growing into walls. And so the arborists felt that those were trees that, had there been maintenance over the past 20 years, it would not have been left in those conditions to grow. And that due to their proximity to the walls, as you noted, the roots, are being impinged upon by the walls and is not an optimal condition for those trees to remain.
Wow.
Okay.
Are there photos of those in that report too? Just out of curiosity. Soren, is Soren? Go ahead.
I don't believe there's photos of those specific trees in this arborist report.
So Elida, you're doing site visit, right?
Yeah, let me go look.
Yeah, please. Look at all the trees that are being taken out, please. Okay. Okay, so we are doing questions. Are there more? Dave, please. Get your mic on.
Did you consider alternate locations for the doorway that you're putting in the gable as you come to the entry and up out to that upper terrace?
And
Yeah. Selected the first or something.
so if you go to the architectural plans. You scroll down.
Thank you.
Right here is good on a 2.23. So if you zoom in the left section. Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit there. Yeah, the area within the green bubble is where we're proposing that new opening. And based on the stair entry, and the lack of access out to the courtyard from that hall, we thought that using existing closet was the best location.
Can you speak right into the mic? Don't be shy.
Yes.
Did you consider putting it in the hallway, placing it into the windows, in the hall, adjacent hall?
I feel like we looked at that option as well,
Thanks.
but based on the composition, that way you could leave the two windows symmetrical on that hall versus adding in the door. But we felt that that was the best location to provide connectivity to that upper terrace.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions, please? Anybody? Okay, public comment, let's do this somewhat in order. This was an informal questioning period. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 42500 East Valley Road, please?
I have not received any speaker slip requests, nor do I see any hands up on Zoom.
Okay, so we went on out today. We are on for preliminary if we want to give it. We have one member going out, at least one member going out to look at these trees. I think we can bifurcate this into the building and the landscape. Is that acceptable to everybody? Yeah, okay, and so we could make our comments specifically about is the building good or not, landscaping good or not, and so we can go from there. And mixing up the order a little bit, Claire, do you have, could you start us off, please? Sure. I'm just going to be talking about paving and landscaping, but please, Mike, oops.
I'm talking about the landscaping and paving, because that's my world. And one of the things I was going to ask you guys is could you take a look at the area that has, it was that last little enclosed area that had the paving on it, and it has the little pond that's, you know, that very small little area. Because when I left here, I thought about that, but then I also thought about all of that, that area above the wall that you say is going to go away. And I'm just going to ask you to have a look to see if you could in some way use that material, all of that, that's the same material that's in that little area. If there would be a way to kind of combine those materials so that you would have enough to actually pave that small little area. So it's really, really historical in rather than something brand new. I mean, we talked about it a lot on, you know, and you said we couldn't find the bigger stones and all of that. And then I thought about it and I went, well, wait a second, you're going to take all of that other stuff and you could, you could use both of all of that. So would you just have a look at that? And then I'm going to try to hook up with Elida. She doesn't know this yet, so that I can come with her at the same time that she's going to come. We're both landscapers, so you know, and so that I could once again sort of just, I mean, it's such an overwhelming building. I mean, you heard, I mean, that you know, I would like to be able to, especially now that you're talking about having all these oaks removed, I'd really like to once again be able to walk around the building. I don't have to go through or inside. I just want to see what the removal of those oaks, what the real impact is, although I happen to know there's hundreds of oaks on this piece of property, so it's not a huge big deal, but I think it would be, for me, I would feel better if I actually took another gander around. Okay. And
You guys, is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we can take them both back out together.
Okay. So is that it?
yeah, that's all I had right now.
Comments, Robert?
Well, sticking on the site plan, landscape plan, it really ties into the planner's mention of grading. And, you know, not only are you losing those oaks at that wall, but you're creating a lot of grading. And I just think you should look at that whole back. You know, you have a large flat area on a sloping site, and the loss of the trees just to get a new wall a little farther away. I'm not sure if you might have some alternative ways to handle that whole upper portion of the site. That's it.
Is that it, Robert? Dave, please. I'm gonna tag on to some of those comments. I think I am concerned about the amount of grading. And if you could provide both on the impacts to the site and to the oak trees. So I need more information, similar to what I said in the last review, site sections, so we can understand the amount of cut and fill graphically and how you're creating these flat areas, and better documentation of which trees you're removing and what size they are, so we can understand that, because that wasn't apparent to us at the site visit today. That's important. On the lands, first of all, I wanted to commend the design team and your client for all the time, effort, and expense you're putting in to really preserve this beautiful structure. So I think that's so commendable, and in my book gives you a lot of credit. So on the house, I think everything I saw I liked. I thought the restoration that was in progress was beautiful. My one concern is that doorway on that gable near the entry is so visible. To my mind, that's much more of an impact than moving it over to that hall and putting it recessed in one of those windows. So I'd asked you to consider that. The landscaping, I was a little disappointed how many changes are being made to the materials, and I wasn't completely convinced that was necessary, but I know that's, to some degree, that's your leeway, you and your clients, and what you want to have. But I'd ask you to possibly consider reusing or being a little closer to those materials in those paved areas. But again, if you have the historians and they're signing off on that, I can let that go. And I think the garage doors are supportable based on the size. I would ask that you check, sometimes with historic buildings, you're given some leeway with the codes. And if you didn't have to do that mechanical vent, or if you could use those existing windows, make them operable again to get by that, I think that would be better for the project. But overall, I think you're 99% of what you're doing is really great, the way you're preserving the structure. Bill, please.
Yeah, I agree with the board members' comments. I commend you as well for doing a great job. It's a wonderful home, and I think you're trying to achieve on the structure, you know, to try and keep that as original as possible. The grading, I will agree with the other board members if there's a way to reduce that. If the oaks are in good shape and can be saved, you know, maybe there's some creative ways to do that in the landscape. And I would also try to keep to the historical materials in the paving and anything, siding, walls, site walls. All of that, I think, would be a better product at the end of the day. If you keep with historical elements, as Claire's idea of reusing in different places, maybe you can combine, the first patio that we saw that was to the north or south west, that maybe that some of that material could be used together with the others. I don't know. Anyway, the garage doors, it was unfortunate. I was hoping they were 8 or 9 feet wide. So I was thinking, maybe there's a way, and I think it's a proportion of width to height on that door. If there was a way to achieve a wider opening, but still maintain kind of that cottage carriage door feel, and maybe it's either the way you cut the door, or maybe you put an 8x8 post in between instead of where the 2x2 pilaster is. It's an 8x8 post somehow, and it frames inboard, and it still gives you 2 doors there instead of one big one, because that looks too 70s, 80s house to me, and it'd be nice to be able to keep that carriage style. That was the only thought I had. I was looking at the door that Dave was talking about too, and maybe it doesn't get celebrated as much. You have kind of an iron material. What's that? Well, the hood, the little eyebrow is copper, which I don't have any problem with, but if it was just that and maybe not the supports on the sides, it would kind of diminish that, and maybe it would be a little less noticeable. So the eyebrows, okay. Again, these are just ideas. It may not be everybody's thoughts as well. So look at that as an option. I'm okay with the location if it can be reduced in terms of its field. So, and also on your details, which are your drawings, I know you're going to keep the way it is, but your details are vanillaed, and you've taken all the detail off of the columns and all of that, but I know you're going to keep it. Just make a note somewhere that says, existing columns to remain, so somebody doesn't think, oh, we're going to strip all that down and just vanilla cover everything. So that's all. Thank you.
Elida, comments?
No comment.
Before we get started, there's a reason that Reginald Johnson is considered one of the great designers we've had in this community. And I had the honor today of seeing at least the bones of his building. I wouldn't say all the finishes were there. And truly a remarkable project. I think the materials were a little fast and loose on the presentation today. We're kind of working with somebody and we want to have something similar to this, and we want it to be a little smoother. And I think one of the qualities of these older buildings was the fact that it was not uniform and flat, and that there was texture at the ground as well as visually on the building itself. And I felt that we were going to get a more modern, not in the sense of modern architecture, but more contemporary set of materials rather than the great tactile feel that we were going to get here. I'd like you to go back and make sure that you can't find a way to retain the spirit of that, because as you walk through the project, yes, there were very slight changes that you highlighted with that tape, that caution tape, but those should get cleaned up when the finished materials get in. But outside, when we walk on dirt, I don't think in those patios, I don't think that we need it fully uniform. Now, if there's a dining area, you want to slide chairs back, obviously, or sit on chairs so you're not wobbling. But besides that, I would really, that whole driveway area, you said, oh, we're going to take it out and make it concrete or something. Well, that's going to be a wholesale change in terms of the quality and the feel of that. I think it would be regrettable. And I think it would be extremely regrettable. The garage doors, I don't know, I'm not really excited about your proposal. I understand your rationale that you're presenting. I'm not even sure I agree with your rationale. Thank you for trying, but I'm not so sure that that is correct. I think a lot of 8-foot garage doors, when you measure them and they come down, they end up being within an inch of that or half an inch of that. So could you please go back and study that? The quality of that, I know it's in the back. I know that it's, nobody ever sees it. But Bill's right. It has a feel to it that you guys are going to wipe out, which is unfortunate. Significant portion of this project is the grading. And my sense in being there is that this project now is part of the landscape. It's got the hillside, it's kind of got the walls that are, dispersed that are a little funky or a little bit, maybe made by a group of laborers rather than made by Lockwood DeForest, et cetera, or the guy or girl, whoever did Versailles, et cetera. And I'm not convinced we should be losing oak trees simply because you want to come in with flat terraces as opposed to natural landscaped areas that a more European approach, as it were, rather than a Southern California approach. I'd like you to rethink that. This great big huge, a lot of this is being driven by that flat panel and this flat panel here. So do they need to be flat? Can there be something else that would enable you to have a wonderful house, but not transform it irrevocably to something that is more linear rather than organic? Now, you may come back again and say this and that, but I would like you to take a good hard look at it. So, maybe this formal area up here, which obviously is, it's a unique structure in and of itself, but it's a way we're not losing any trees in that area. Maybe that can be highlighted, and the way in which you get to it does not have to be as formal. So, okay, now we're on for preliminary, and I, for one, am not sure because of they're relatively minor, but still, in my mind, significant issues that are out there. We should get preliminary today. I think it would be smarter for us to do preliminary final the next time. And you guys are going to have a chance to chat with them about these trees and about some of the formality. You may disagree with me. Maybe you think that the formality is right. So, but I think hopefully the landscape architect can get out and meet with these people. I trust them with the design of the community. So, but how does that sound to everybody? We'll just continue this, go preliminary final at the full board the next time, and we'll see what happens. We're not permitted to do that on a motion. Unless they come in with a separate land use and DAR case number. The case is the case, okay?
Yeah, I agree. The grading in the oak trees need more study before they do.
Okay. And then,
and I would like it that way because now that I actually see this landscape plan, I don't know that for me, I ever even walked up to where that
no, you didn't.
yeah, so now I'm kind of like way yeah, that's the part that's it's up there, which
And
for
they're
me,
gonna do this and they're gonna do that.
yeah, and so I absolutely want to go see this again.
So Eva, that's good with you?
Yeah, I just have a question for Soren. Soren, are we able to go to Planning Commission before? I think actually you prefer that we go to Planning Commission before preliminary, correct?
Soren, are you on?
I am on. I need to touch with is Kimberly on actually? She might be better equipped. Let me see. I don't,
I am here.
I-
I'm trying to think, what are we looking at? Okay, it's a development plan. I think that you can go with comments from the Board of Architectural Review, but you don't have to have preliminary.
yeah, I think we can go to the decision maker prior to preliminary approval. So I think that lines up with what we're trying to do.
And a condition that we just get prelim and final prior to issuance.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay,
Okay.
let me try to make it a little bit more difficult for you. I'm not convinced of this plan yet. And if you want comments from this board, at least my comment is, perhaps this plan is the right plan, but perhaps it's not. That's not exactly the comment that I would want to go to the planning commission with if I were you. Because there are, I think that these oak trees, we cherish oak trees. Now, Claire's right. You probably have 100 oak trees, maybe a couple hundred oak trees on this property. I mean, we get it. But every one of them, you know, it's like, would you want to sacrifice your child? You know, no, I mean, every one of these things is valuable. So if you want to go, I'm not particularly ready to be super excited about this project. Do you guys agree?
I mean, based on the scheduling of planning commission, you could probably have a scheduled planning commission in between then and now. You might get more positive comments from us. So is that understandable? I don't know what time frame planning commission's on right now, but I think Eva is trying to get them moving along, which we're all in favor of as well. But we would love to be able to say we've got positive comments for you to take to the planning commission, because otherwise, you know, do you any good.
Yeah, right now I don't think we're on an official agenda, but tentatively we were looking at that August 11th Montecito Planning Commission.
I would agree with John, and you know, getting back to this landscape, I mean, it's a beautiful plan, it's beautiful rendering, but my sense is the house is informal to a degree, and the landscape is so formal it doesn't really necessarily go with the house.
That was a comment about the grading versus just, you know, anybody else?
I mean, I like the idea of maybe there's, as you do with a house, sometimes you can change the styling in the room. Whereas the exterior, you could have a secret garden that's very loose and organic, and that leads into then a formal garden, and then that leads to another organic area or something. Again, I'm not trying to plant the seed, but that might give you the ability to use those oaks in your favor. You know, it's a challenge that we've got to use these. We would like to keep them. And how do we do that? So,
But I don't want you to get one plan approved by the planning commission, which would then not be approved by us.
Yeah, understand. Yep.
So I, for one, and be happy to see this as quickly as you guys can get it turned around, but I think that our two landscape people, and hopefully one or two of your landscape people, can really try to figure this out. And before we get going, and I would love to give this an extremely positive comment. I mean, clearly a remarkable house, remarkable property, but I'm not sure it's completely a piece yet. I think it's kind of okay.
Could we aim to come back to your board on July 27th?
David?
Well, that's going to depend on when Elida and I can get an appointment with you guys to get out there and see it. And, you know, and
We can get you out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can get you out there next week if it works for you guys.
I think you can work out a time very quickly.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah,
That's
we
fine.
can do
We have to go through the process of going through the plan or give them, or, you know, there's a whole lot of back and forth.
Do we have openings?
So
We could set a day and time now, it would be great.
Okay, so
the agenda is full right now, but you could add it. They do, I guess it kind of depends on how much they want to go on the 27th. Eva, you have that second case for the residents scheduled for that date. So you could either, the M-Bar could be generous and allow us an addition, or you could swap for that date.
Now, what's this residence?
What's that? Oh, you mean the other project we have on the 27th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we can swap that one. Different client. Oh, no, you're right. It's the one on here, the gatehouse?
It's new residence at 5708 square feet, attached garage, rec room, pergola, pool, spa, and associated landscape and hardscape.
Okay. Yeah, let me talk to the team, but that might be worth it, because our number one goal is trying to get these owners into their house so they can enjoy this house. At this point, they've owned the property for 2 years and they really want to,
And I believe
moving.
Soren is the planner on that one as well. So just let him know and we can work something out.
So
I'd also like to remind the design team and Eva that to allow Soren adequate time, the plans will need to be in, and if you're trying for the 27th, the plans will need to be into Soren no later than the 14th.
No later when?
The 14th
Can you
of July.
Guys, 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think we can make that happen.
Okay, so everybody get Soren your phone number so they don't become public. And then you guys can work out something, okay?
Absolutely.
Soren is the planner right here.
Mhm.
Okay. Phone number.
Otherwise it's on the World Wide Web. Okay, thank you all. Oh, do we need a motion?
No, because it's on for further conceptual and preliminary.
So we're okay. No
Yeah, so
motion.
just where did we end up with them coming back
It sounds like they want to do the 27th.
for further conceptual? Because they can't
Preliminary final.
preliminary final, but I think what I'm also hearing is that they can't actually get preliminary until they go to planning commission.
I think maybe we can do preliminary, and then assuming everyone's comfortable with it, we would just come back final on consent after. I don't think we can get
staff's gonna need to
final.
Look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever
Yeah.
you can give them.
Okay, we'll work it out.
They're coming back for our comments to go to planning commission either way.
David, did they throw out a date for Claire and I?
No, we got it.
Did you- did-
Call the planners.
Yeah.
Unless, given this is on, unless we actually could give our numbers.
Hey, guys.
to them, and then
That's fine. If you want to do that, write down your phone numbers and give it to them right now.
they can follow.
I just want to keep your numbers quiet.
Yeah, if you give your numbers to Lisa Rivas, who should be in the room, she can get that coordinated for you guys next week.
Okay, right there. Are we done? Please. Thank you all. A really remarkable project and remarkable presentation. So item number 5, 1086 channel. William, I think I see you. Okay, so we have a quorum, so please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm William Hefner. I'm Carl Krass and I are the architects for this project. We were before you a couple of months ago with this, which is a proposed addition and renovation of a house off of Channel Drive.
Can you speak into, pull the mic closer to you? Thank you very much.
Okay. House off of Channel Drive. When we were here before, you had a few comments for us, which was nice project, thoughtful addition, provide historic report, stake southwest corner of the proposed pool area, which is to the left in this drawing, and allow arrange for site visit, provide site plan with topographic elevations, add landscape screening along eastern property line. So anyway, we're back to see, we have our historic report. We've been before landmarks who agreed. We've been before staff who signed us off on the historic report, which endorsed our way of adding on to the house, below the house. So we're back to see you now.
This is
for
one of the two
preliminary.
properties we had an informal drive by. Okay.
Yes. Anyway, do you want to go through the detail?
So this is just a aerial view of looking at the property and the neighbors. Here's some existing photographs. And the top is a view from the street, looking at beyond the wall into the property. The lower left is where Butterfly and Channel Drive meet, kind of the view from the house from there. And then the neighbors. FAR study that we went over the last time. I think we were up or about 141% that you guys were fine with. Some of the neighbors are close to 200, 150.
I think we are familiar with this project. I think you
Okay.
can be brief.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
This is existing. You could keep going. Saying that's existing. Those are existing. So this is the proposed site plan. So you could see that the addition of the garage that we're going to add attached to the house. The middle portion addition there is the stairway and entry going downstairs. And then that little bump out is a pool area, bathroom and kitchen extension onto that. You could see the deck coming out of the living room space and onto the pool. So the way it differs from the last one is the pool. We took your comments to heart in regards to that facade on the eastern pool area, and we moved the pool back towards the west a little bit to further up the hill, so that slope is less than. So we staked out those properties. So one corner is towards the ocean is 4'8" on a face, and then the other corner of the pool towards the house is 5'8". Next, please. These are just site sections through there showing the relationship to the neighbor of the north, and then going through the pool and Channel Drive. Middle section is east-west going through Fairway Road on the left, and then going through the site to the neighbor down below. And the last section on the bottom is through the pool, showing that face. Proposed plans. So nothing's really changed on here.
Yeah, the addition is on the far right, the lower level where we're at. 2 bedrooms and kind of game room.
Proposed elevations. The east elevation really hasn't changed. West elevation, we've moved the pool back, and that was the base of that pool there on that slope. And again, nothing has really changed with the north elevation as well.
And the fenestration in the lower level matches the plane of the glass above, the sliders in the glass above.
Just typical building sections through there showing the relationship of that to the site.
Can we get to the elevations, please? Oh, is that the landscape plan? Okay.
Yes.
Can you describe the perimeter landscaping, please, and the height of it at install?
Yes, so we're providing screening to the eastern property line, and I think that goes up about 7 feet.
Okay,
Tim's Mark.
Yes, hi, this is Mark Kaskowski. I'm the landscape architect on the project. And the existing perimeter landscape is fairly robust, and we plan on enhancing that even further. But I know on that east property line, we have to be careful and sensitive to the view corridor. So we recognize both the privacy issue and the view corridor.
next.
That's
Are
all we
done?
have.
Okay. So you're done, William. Okay. Okay, questions, Bill?
Yeah, I missed the first meeting, but it looks like you're taking the underfloor, which is already there. You just occupying it. Is it, you're not having to cut into the hill or anything under there?
We're having to put we're putting a stair, so we're cutting in to make a way for a stairway from.
But otherwise.
Right, and we're just filling in the space.
It's just open. Okay.
Yes.
So
No new
I
footprint, we're proud to say.
Because I saw no cut and fill, so I figured. The trash area there is I guess it's okay to be in the setback. I can't remember that ruling. I know in the city it's different. I can't remember, but that's the trash that's up on the north.
It's existing, right?
That's
Correct,
correct.
yes, it's existing.
That's existing. Okay, so you're not changing that at all.
No.
Correct. And nothing else you're proposing that wouldn't be allowed. You're not asking for a variance set in setbacks or anything like that.
Correct. No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks.
Lighter questions?
On this plan in the lower right corner, is that a putting green? What is that?
Mark, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, that is a lawn area.
Oh.
It's a lawn area, yeah.
It's a tan lawn. What is that?
Our color didn't print correctly.
So that's all green, that's all lawn? That whole-
Yes,
whole
and the
bottom right?
kind of oblong shape, kidney shape, if you will. And everything else would be planted as shrubs and ground cover.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Dave, questions?
No questions, thanks.
Robert, questions?
Well, to me, this is an iconic house, particularly looking from the bottom right corner as you drive up Channel Drive. So I'm curious, does that elevation, I haven't read the historical report, pretty much retain the exact same look despite the new understory?
Yes, so if you go back to maybe the original second page where the photographs are, you could see the house from that intersection, and you could see kind of the understory. So that's the only part we're filling in. So there you go.
And you wouldn't even see that if you were on grade level.
That is correct. I think the next page has a shot from Butterfly from the corner. There we go. That third photograph.
Yeah, okay, no more questions.
Claire, questions?
What is the plant material for the 7-foot hedge? Nobody has mentioned what it's made out of. Do we know?
Mark, that's you.
What is it?
The hedge is actually existing, and it looks like a mix of ficus and could be Prunus caroliniana. But we would continue to enhance that, but use more of the Prunus caroliniana, Pittosporum undulatum, and just kind of enhance that overall green perimeter planting.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 5, 1086 Channel Drive, please?
I've received no request to speak.
Comments, Bill, we are on for further conceptual. What should we do next?
Well,
Bill,
I'm okay with what they've done here. I don't have any issue with it. I would give them the okay to come back for preliminary and final on consent.
that's item 5.
You feel comfortable doing that, John?
No, what?
I said I would be okay with giving them preliminary or concept, they're here for concepts, so giving them concept and come back for preliminary and final on consent.
You okay with that? Preliminary, final, and consent?
Yeah.
Okay, is there any other comments, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to commend you all and your client for preserving the house and really doing a creative job of enhancing what's there and being true to it. And also the other concern from the last reviews was the visibility of the pool, and I drove by there and I felt very comfortable with the way you proposed it here. So I think it's a great project.
Thank you.
I just want to chime in. Everybody loves this building, this home. I mean, in Santa Barbara, not just Montecito. It's a beautiful, beautiful home, and it's nice to see that it's getting what it's due.
Anything else, anybody? Okay, we'll see you prelim, final on consent. Complete set of drawings, please, like today's consent or even better.
Okay, John, we have to go to the planning commission. Is there anything else that you need to say before that?
Strongly supportive, excellent design. Sensitively done, retains the existing character of an iconic building. How's that? Okay. Okay. Item number 6, Bill has a conflict with this. He's out, so this is 1085 Alston Road. We are on for preliminary. There is a memo. Is there anybody here to represent this project, please?
Yeah, John, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
I can, but I can't see you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's
I have a
us.
bad hair day, so. But you'll hear me.
Maybe it is your fault. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you enlarge that so I can read it, please? David? Okay.
Hello. Hi, this is Tatiana, the planner. I just wanted to quickly speak to this planner memo that I submitted. As I know we're going over it right now, but just a really quick overview since this is coming back from last time, that the 3 uncovered parking spaces you're seeing proposed meets the required number of spaces per the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, and so planning is supportive of this location. And then I think Joaquin will sort of speak to the additional site plan info they provided last time. I don't think the board saw all the existing landscape screening, so I just also wanted to point out that the site has a lot of landscaping existing between the street and these spaces. And if the board could please comment on, yes, on the modification and the site design, and make this required finding here about the modification being minor in nature and resulting in better architectural or site design, please.
Are you done now, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. Do members of the board feel that I need to read that? Do I need to read this in now that we've had a summary? Okay, anybody? Okay. So, do you want to make your presentation? I think you know, from most of us, all of us are familiar with this project that are here. You were not. Okay.
I'll make it quick, John, too. I mean, unless you guys feel
No,
comfortable
no.
with what you see.
Dave was not here.
Right.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. Please go through succinctly, but go through the whole presentation, please.
Absolutely.
I would ask you to explain how this is better from a design standpoint and how we can make those findings that were just listed.
I could try to address those. I'm sorry, was that David that I'm speaking to? Or the board?
Yes. Well, speaking for the board in a sense.
Sure, definitely. Well, this is specifically dealing with a parking ordinance. And what we feel that the way the site is situated right now, we'll take a look at this site plan first, but we have a very dense mature vegetation along Alston Road. There's an increased setback that's almost double the required, and it's a 50-foot setback required. We're about 80 feet from Alston Road to where the parking starts. The parking area is set about 15 feet, an elevation difference between Alston Road being higher and the 3 parking spaces that are currently there. It's a current motor court situation there that are currently there. It's a 15-foot difference. The existing motor court is sized to accommodate the 3 parking spaces that are needed for this project. We also have an increased setback on the side yard, as you could see. It's a 10-foot setback. We have probably 38 feet. And the 15-foot down from the neighbor's property roughly also provides additional screening there. But I know the main concern is from Alston Road. And this current parking configuration also conforms to the fire access requirements the way it's set right now. But if we could look at the site section, I think really this one and the next photograph show what I try to, this is existing conditions here. This is, in a section through Alston Road, and you could see the 15-foot elevation difference between the road and the parking spaces there. There's an understory that's dense, the canopy is dense, and I'm sorry to jump back to the other photograph or the other site plan that we just looked at. You could see, which you can't see on the neighbors' properties, but our throat is a lot bigger. Like the gates are up further on all the neighbors' properties, and it doesn't have anywhere close to this kind of canopy density. And from Alston Road, if we just go one last plan to look at as a photograph sheet, that it might be, it was separate. There you go, right there. You can see the 2 aerial photographs on top, and ours is the gray roof one in the middle next to the Spanish style roof. And you can just see the density of vegetation there. It's immensely dense. And from Alston Road, the photographs just below these 2 aerials, as you look in towards the property, those 4 or 5 that are street frontage ones, it just shows how much of vegetation is presented there. So I'm not sure if the board members had a chance to visit the site, but I try to depict the landscaping. And this is a good photograph, the compilation one, that's the interior courtyard. It shows in front of that vehicle the amount of vegetation between the neighbor's property, and it shows you just how low it is too. And looking out towards the front, you could see the level of vegetation that we have there. But I mean, I'd be happy to answer any comments. So I'm just really trying to just show that if indeed the parking structure or covered parking to hide the parking spaces is part of what the ordinance is all about, the fact that we don't even see the location where these cars are parked and how far back it is from the street and how low it is, an elevation difference from the street should merit this submittal for a modification.
Dave, basically what came down, and correct me if I'm wrong, the previous owner converted the garage without permit and did not provide covered parking.
I'm sorry, John, it's the previous owner, the owner that currently owns it bought it that way. So if you're saying the previous owner, the one before, then you are correct.
And did not provide any kind of covered parking. This owner is now saying, we like what we have. We want you to approve the garage conversion and no covering required. That's what they're asking for. It does
Correct.
a mod, and so they're going to the planning commission. Okay, so that's kind of what's before. Okay. Okay, so, questions, Claire? Robert,
No
Question.
questions.
Dave, questions?
Are you incorporating any kind of storage or something to help compensate for not having the garage?
There is some storage. Oh, am I to reply?
You're on.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We do have the storage that's in front of where the garage entrance used to be, and there is storage there right now.
I think it's right there.
It's in one of the photographs right there of the, yeah.
That was my question. Thanks.
A lighter questions.
Did we have any neighbor comments, complaints, anything from neighbors? It looks so well screened. I would think not, but I just wanted to double check.
Nothing formal.
Thank you.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 6, 1085 Alston Road, please?
No hands up, and I have not received any speakers.
Okay, so as I understand it, we need to vote up or down on this as it's presented. So we
Yeah,
had a
but-
straw vote last time. We were a split vote, yes.
Can I ask one question of
Of
the
course.
planning staff? What is the intent of the covered parking from the zoning ordinance standpoint? Is it to screen the view of the cars? Or-
You there, Kimberly? I think that's directed to you.
I apologize. Dave, you're a little bit soft. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I'm asking what the intent of the ordinance is for covered parking. Is the main intent of it to screen the view of the cars, or is it more of a use storage issue? Or I just want to understand the intent of the ordinance.
I believe the intent of the ordinance was to do both of those things, to provide areas where, cars would be screened from view, and also areas where storage of household items, et cetera, would also be screened from public views in the neighborhood.
Thanks.
So comments, Claire? Comments?
I voted for it last time and I will vote yes this time.
Robert?
I think it's a lovely piece of property and you can't see the cars from anywhere along Alton Road. So I think it's not fine.
Robert?
I would support it as well. The quote storage is a little odd looking in that photograph, but again, no one can see it. You're not going to see the rear end of cars. And I think that's probably the main intent of the ordinance. So I can support this mod.
Dave?
I'm a little bit torn.
You want me to skip you? And then I come
Well,
back?
I'm having a hard time making the findings other than I think if you did try to provide covered parking, it would probably detract from the way that the house looks now, because you would have to have a carport or something out there. I think the real problem was this was done without a permit and should not have been done. So yeah, I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say first.
Okay, a lighter, please. You chose not to vote last time. Do you have a vote now?
I don't remember not voting last time.
Yes, you do.
But I don't remember. I don't understand. Except for a itty bitty little covered parking issue, you can't see this property from anywhere and neighbors are not complaining. I don't even know why we're even talking about this. I strongly support this project.
Okay, I'm gonna vote against this. I see no reason that we should reward what I would call bad behavior of the previous owner, going without permits and converting things, ignoring the zoning laws, probably ignoring the building code, and then reward them with what I would consider to be subpar development. So to me, this undermines the zoning code in a way that we should be supportive of. So I'm going to vote no on it. Dave, it's your, we have 3 yeses. So Dave, and 1 no, your turn, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to side with you, John. I think it's unfortunate this owner inherited this situation. But on the other hand, I can't make the findings for the modification and yeah, it's not right. And to do something and then come back and ask for forgiveness, I just can't. In this case, I can't support it.
Okay, so we are on. It looks to me like for preliminary, it looks like it's going to be a 3-2 vote. We will see. With the persons that are voting against it cannot make the motion. So is there somebody here that would like to make this motion, including the findings? Please, can you put the findings back up? So Claire, it's both of the bullets right there at the end. Okay. Project those two. The modification is a minor in nature and will result in better architecture or site design as approved by the MBAR, and or will result in greater resource protection than the project without the mod. And the second finding is the project will be compatible with the neighborhood and will not create an adverse impact to aesthetics, community character, or public use. So that's your. That is my.
I second that motion.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Did I ask for public comment? Okay, is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. 3, 4, 2 against.
Thank you, John.
1, 2, 3. Dave and I are against. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
If Bill is somewhere, if he can come back. Number 7, 1684 San Leandro, please.
Hi, Daryl Becker here with Becker Studios. We're presenting for conceptual, preliminary, and final 1684 San Leandro. It's a carport and ADU. This board first heard the project, well, almost 2 years ago.
Can I read the comments, please?
Please.
I'm not as good at that as I should be. One member questions need for the project given existing development. FAR calculator needs updating. Architecture is acceptable. Need civil engineering analysis of drainage issues. Depict landscape screening on property line. And there are planner comments. Oak tree, is that this project?
Correct.
David? Is that this project? One native oak, number 3, is proposed for removal, and critical road zone encroachment will exceed 20% on another oak tree, number 4, in order to accommodate the proposed development. Per the arborist's tree assessment and protection plan by Bill Spielak, the removal and critical root zone encroachment triggers the mitigation requirement of planting 6 15-gallon oak trees on the subject lot. The current plans do not depict the locations of these plantings. However, the proposed planting will be depicted on landscape plans submitted for the final design and review. Daryl, please.
Correct. So John, first, a couple of things. The FAR calc is the DAB is 746 versus a recommended 1265. This is an ADU. I don't think the board is actually looking at the ADU, but the architecture as it pertains up to the ADU. We are in a,
We do ask for the ADU to be included in the FAR calculation.
correct.
And is it?
That, of course it is, yes.
Okay, and can we look at that number, David, lower left-hand corner? 141.
Yeah, that's inaccurate. There was a submitted revision. I believe the planner might have spoke to this, but the clarified ADU DAB is 746. The carport below grade, which is more than 50% below existing grade, isn't to be included in that calc. So the number is actually recommended DAB 1265. The DAB of the floor area is 746 for a total cumulative house of 129 versus the 141 represented in this this sheet. And those sheets have been submitted. They just apparently didn't make the meeting.
Okay, and you were on for, okay,
We can, you know, let's present and we can figure out what to do with that. But it's been submitted. Maybe it needs to be updated. So architecture was acceptable. Civil engineering analysis. There was a letter submitted by our civil engineer. We essentially spent the last year reviewing the project and the flood concerns, and also studying other alternative places to put this ADU on the site. And this was the most favorable location given the flood zone, if you will. We did study in the placement of this building on site. We also rotated it such that the floodwaters would be, if ever occurring, minimized. And this letter, I believe, addresses that thoroughly. So in terms of the site, overall site plan, I would reference us to PDF sheet. Sorry, guys. Bear with me one second. PDF 3.
that's what he's on.
I believe you're there now, A1.1, correct. So the placement of the carport area is in the northwest rear part of the property. This is an area that during the debris flow overflowed and went through this side yard, down the driveway, and then down through to San Leandro. And what we've done is in the last year, we've spent time with the engineer understanding how to best relieve this corner and allow the acceptance and the drainage of any unlikely but potentially eventful flood event to drain through the property while still allowing a structure or an ADU to be built. As I mentioned before, given the resources of other oak trees and whatnot on the property, this is really the only place on site that the structure can go. And then also the oak trees that are impacted were identified as essentially very old and one of them's in really not so good a shape, and that's the one that's being mitigated. The other one, we're encroaching into 20%. We're going to mitigate that one just because of the encroachment. So if you'll flip to PDF 9, which is a 3.11.
So as a reminder, the upper portion of this these illustrations, drawings is prohibited for us to review by state law.
Correct. So John and the board, the existing grade on the property is at 6909. The AFE +2 is at 74. So as you're looking at the proposed elevation in the top left-hand corner, you'll see the existing grade, which is essentially the top of wall at the right-hand side. And then you'll see the AFE +2, which takes you up to the deck elevation of the structure. So we're essentially looking at that AFE number and below, AFE +2 and below, which is the 74 datum down to the existing grade level. So what we've designed here is a subterranean carport, keeping the doors, the carport open, allowing in the eventuality of any kind of flood event for floodwaters to drain through the carport. We also, meeting with flood control, were able to calc the floodwaters so that we didn't have any impact on that, but also that this building would be designed structurally to withstand any a flood event that might occur. So anyway, what's proposed in the top left-hand corner is the street elevation, if you will, although this is several hundred feet back from the street. And as I said, you can see the top of wall as existing grade. So the buildup of the grade, given the lift of the carport, is about 5 feet. And then we have a single-story structure on top of that.
Does that conclude your presentation, please?
It does.
Okay, questions? Bill, please.
Yeah, how does this, I think I missed the first meeting because you're here for further concept, but how does this relate to the house next to it, which is only like 6 feet away? Is it a single story, the house? Is it 2-story? Is
the house is a single,
a subterranean garage or partially subterranean? I hate to bring that up, but
yeah, so I'm still asking the question, how is it 2-story? Is it a 2-story house next to it?
So Bill, the house is a George Washington Smith home, and it has a steep pitched 10 and 12 roof. It's a single story building. The rear yard grade adjacent to the ADU is at 64. And as I mentioned, our finished floor on the building is at approximately 74. So as the side yard relates to the building, it's up about 5 feet from the adjacent grade to the east. So from the easterly side of the property, the single story ADU is elevated 5 feet. And then as it faces the street, it appears to be a 2-story structure, but it's cut into grade approximately that equal 5 feet.
So you pull into that driveway and you turn right to go into the garage. Is that correct? And then
That's accurate.
Straight away into the carport, and that's all in the same elevation.
Correct.
And the George Washington Smith is a single-story garage on the side. So this structure is taller.
Actually, that's not true. That elevation of the residence has a second. It's a 1.5 stories. The garage is cut down into grade as well,
Yeah.
and so that elevation is a 2-story elevation. So this is not going to be out of scale or in deference to that other elevation.
Okay. Is that
That is the 2-story elevation that we're looking at there.
that's the garage there?
Correct.
And did you do an FAR study too?
141.
No, I mean a study of the neighborhood.
Not yet.
We did.
You did. You have that?
Yes.
Oh,
And
was it
that in the
included?
package? I didn't see that.
You're talking about the, oh, I'm sorry. You're saying comparative neighborhood
Yeah,
FAR
neighborhood,
study?
yeah.
No, we did not. I'm sorry.
You haven't done it yet.
No,
Okay.
I did not do that.
And then I'm sorry, I was not in for the oak. I saw some oak store talking about the oaks, and you're removing some and there's some mitigation. Do you have a plan showing all that?
The mitigation plan, we have a recommendation from Bill Spiewak, and that was submitted to the county. We do not have a mitigation placement on site. Bill is recommending the planting of 6 15-gallon oaks on site.
Okay, all right. That was it. Thank you.
Questions, Elida?
Oh, I thought we were just taking one oak. How many oaks are you taking?
We're only taking one oak. So Elida, what is recommended by Bill Spiewak, there's one oak at the rear of the property that's, I'm going to use his words. There are mostly older trees that are in the later part of their lives, and the new oaks will contribute to conserving the resource. So we're taking out the one tree at the rear of the property, but because we're near the southeast oak, we're going to mitigate for that and put in additional trees, even though our intention is to ensure that that tree survives. We have a small encroachment, 20% into the root zone, CRZ.
So it's one oak
One oak,
is coming out.
correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
Robert, questions?
Sort of a comment and a question. Is there a different place for that fireplace? It looks to me odd being centered over the garage door, particularly in brick.
Yeah, I don't think we can ask that question.
Yeah.
Anything else, please?
No.
Dave,
No questions.
Claire, and I have no question. Public.
Mr. Chair, if I could, staff actually would really appreciate the MBAR's comment on the FAR calculations. The Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards is somewhat silent on basements and how they apply, or what the FAR calculation is for basements on detached accessory structure. There is language regarding basements related to the single family dwelling, and that language basically says that any basement that is wholly underground is not counted towards the FAR. Basements that are considered to be partially underground, and there's a criteria for what is defined as partially underground, count up to, I think you look at 50% of any remaining basement floor area. So staff is struggling with the assertion that the basement or the below grade or partially below grade carport does not have an FAR contribution, and we would welcome MBAR's perspective on that.
Can we go back to the calculator worksheet, please? It's on the first page, please.
I mean,
No, it's underneath.
if I may comment, I mean,
Can
it's
we zoom in on that, please?
the carport itself is really open on two ends.
Okay, so Kimberly, do you see part 3 detached accessory buildings, DAB floor area?
I do.
And down at the bottom, it says partially underground basement. Do you see that line?
Mm-hmm.
That's where that detached garage should be.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
so if they move it from, and as I remember, the calc is the first 800 square feet, it counts 100%, and then it's half of everything remaining.
So
So that would be 733, which is essentially, which is right what he's got. He's got it on the wrong line, but it's going to end up with the same result.
And I think that what Mr. Becker was indicating was that they had revised these FARs to eliminate that based on their belief that that portion of the carport did not count. And I think staff is of the assertion, we follow the same reasoning that you just followed, regardless of what line the calculation was on. we believe that there was some portion of that carport that needed to be counted towards the FARs.
Okay, so I was in 1992, I was one of two people that got their hands very dirty with the FAR during that whole approval process. It's now 2004, 2023. So probably sometime 2017, 2018, we did a detached accessory buildings. I got my hands really dirty with that project too. And therefore, what came down with that, in my belief, as the member and also presenting it to the planning commission and to the board, is that he should put that 733 and that line that says partially underground basement
Got it.
where he is, and then let the calculation fall out the way it falls out. And what it should fall out is 733 square feet. So. Okay.
Thank you very much. That concurs with staff's analysis as well.
Okay. So did
We
we
have,
get,
we have no argument about that. I just think there's been a confusion about how to do this. So
okay.
appreciate you schooling us on how this is interpreted.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Arrows, a target on my back both times. So we are on item number 7. We do have a public comment from Lynn Specker. Yes, please come on up. You have 3 minutes. Please identify yourself for the tape and speak clearly and loudly into the microphones. So you are a self-neighbor and that's fine. You can stand up or sit down, whatever you want. And turn on the mic, it's that little silver handle there. There you go.
I just came because
Please identify yourself for the tape and speak loudly, please.
my name is Lynn Sprecher. I live on the west side of this property. Originally, I've lived on the whole property for the last 30 plus years and now live on the house next door. And I love all the stuff that these people have done. They've made a big improvement. And by the way, it's Reginald Johnson, not George Washington Smith.
Yeah, corrected.
And I'm only concerned because the driveway that goes to the back of the property, the house is on a knoll. The driveway goes down and it's several feet below my property. During the mud flow, after all this time, I've been through many situations, mud flows, floods, all kinds of stuff in the neighborhood. And I'm concerned about the lot that they're going to eat away at and how much they're going to have to remove and what they're actually doing. I was told it was only a one car carport, which is better than the garage. At least water can flow and mud can flow through there. But I don't understand the engineering because in 2021, we were concerned about flood control. And it's the only place on the street at 1684 where water comes down from the property behind and the creek and floods the street and comes toward my house. It doesn't make any damage to my house. During the mudslide, my house, all the mud came from that property because I'm higher and came through and of course destroyed my house, my tennis court and everything. The proposed site is next to my tennis court. The tennis court and the swimming pool were built at the same time, like in the 50s or 60s. And it's at least 7 feet or 8 feet wall when you drive in the driveway to the back. And there's stairs up to where the pool was, which is the site. So my concern has been that they're going to remove so much, 2 trees and so much of the property that where the pool was, that's several feet high. I'm concerned about any damage that could happen to the my property, my tennis court, as a result of all that movement and everything, to any disablement. And I'm just really concerned about the flood control. And I'm happy for them to build this. I'm happy for that to happen. It was brilliant that they made it a carport and not an original garage, where it was going to be all the way across three garages. But I'm just concerned, as a person who's lived through all these catastrophes here and lived in the same houses for all these years, I'm just concerned about like the safety of the neighborhood, and that the engineering is correct and everything is really looked at.
Okay, thank you. We had asked for an engineering report. We did not get it. We got
John?
Yes.
There was a letter from the engineer that was, you just reviewed.
Okay, can we go back to that, please? Have you seen this letter, man? No.
Okay.
I haven't, and I had so much trouble trying to read all the stuff online that's been up here, because I didn't understand all the elevations and where things were going and how much dirt they're actually going to have to take out. I mean, that's just a question that I have. If we go forward with this, which is I'm sure you will, I need story poles and things like that, because the people behind really don't know anything about, are not aware of all of this going on.
So, John, I just want to read. So first of all, we did review this 2 years ago, and we have addressed all of these items. We hired the engineer that Mrs. Spector had hired previously. And because he was working for her, we felt that might help her feel more comfortable. But the engineer worked with flood control, and we went through various studies to ensure that there would be no negative effects of this building on floodwaters as it pertains to her property or our property. So we have addressed specifically the concerns she's brought to the board's attention today.
There's so much runoff during the last rain that the people in 2021, directly across from the driveway, built a 6-foot wall to keep their property safe. Don't get me wrong, I'm in favor of doing this.
No, I hear you.
I'm really happy for them to be able to do this. And luckily, it's not the entire property, it's just closer to the original building. And it seems to me that it's going to look like the same architecture.
Okay,
we're still in the red zone.
so Daryl, we had asked for need civil engineer analysis of drainage issues, and you came back with a letter.
Well,
as opposed to a drawing.
It was fully submitted to flood control and accepted before it was presented to this board. County staff wouldn't allow it to be submitted until it was accepted by flood control. So it's been fully vetted with flood control.
Has it been accepted by flood control yet?
Yes.
So you have it, but we don't have it here.
It's fully accepted by flood control to be brought to this board. That's what held us up for the last year.
Okay. Would you be able to share that with Lynn?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Good.
Could you chat with him?
No, I'm
about-
happy to, and I've talked to Karen Conway, my neighbor.
Okay.
I just want to feel more secure about the
Yeah.
removal of half that property to put in I just want to feel secure. I don't.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Public comment's supposed to be 3 minutes. It's now been about 7 or 8. So that's fine. No, not a problem. It's very important. So we're on for preliminary and final at the full board today. I am not comfortable with this project. Are other members of the board comfortable with this yet, please? Or could you give a preliminary?
That's what I was going to say, is I think it's enough through to give it preliminary and then have the applicant come back with all the stuff that we need.
Yeah, I think that the stuff
That's-
that we need is sort of fundamental. It's not.
Okay,
filigree,
well,
which is what
yeah,
I think finance
I
is
was
about.
just thinking of just trying to move it
Do you have a
through it.
comment?
And maybe I can have this needs to be settled
So
before
you're
I
not
can
ready.
support it.
Okay, so other members of the board, please.
I mean, I haven't, this is my first time seeing it, and I'm was a little uncomfortable about the relationship to the main house, but we can't comment on the ADU, and that's the part that's probably the most concerning. So we're just supposed to pretend and look at the carpet.
The one question I have is the FAR, we don't have a neighborhood study. And that's it's not clear to me if it's 140 or 129, so my vote would be to
It's gonna be.
come back for preliminary final with the FAR result.
Okay. Robert, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, I also think, these older houses, Reginald Johnson, we saw one earlier today. that
They're
was-
beautiful.
Yeah, remarkable. He was not shy about properties, but I think that people subdivided around him, so. Anyway, I would like to make a motion to continue this item for both preliminary and final to a future agenda. Daryl, with you to provide a landscape plan showing where those oak trees are gonna go. I cannot believe that the flood control people are gonna accept just some kind of letter. So there must be some kind of drawing there.
It's already done. We'll
Yeah,
bring it
so
back.
could you please share that with us?
Got
Can you please share that with the neighbor and do an FAR study? Yes, of the neighborhood, everybody? Yes? Okay.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
May I have a second, please? That was a
I'll-
motion.
I'll
If I can
second
make it
that.
quick. Is there any further discussion, please?
No.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you.
I want to clarify with the neighbor too, that this board really is addressing aesthetics and design, and the issues she's concerned about are more to do with planning and building department.
Well, and the other thing is that ADUs are a special category of building that the state specifically prohibits neighbors to comment about. You were not told that there was an ADU, you were told that there was a carport. Okay,
Carport, like a guest house.
whatever they want to use it for. The state wants them to use it for rentals, so who knows? Whatever. So we will not do story poles. Because the state prohibits us from having any
Input to
content
ADU.
input. And the height of the building would be something about the ADU. We can't do that.
One last comment on the description there, you say requires no grading. Is that true? Daryl, aren't you?
Daryl, are you there?
Grade?
Daryl, are you still with us? Okay, so
We need to clarify.
okay,
If you look at the picture, because I can't really have a picture. And you'll see that it's the same level as the tennis court. And then it's a drop down to the.
if you want to provide photos next time, we will not contact you again. You must monitor us.
Okay, fine, I'll contact
Daryl Becker.
Daryl Becker.
Yeah.
Have a walk around and then I feel like.
Yes, yes. And he's great and he'll be more than happy to do that with you.
Right.
No, he will. I mean, we've worked with him for 20 years.
Okay. Can we move on, please? Thank you, thank you. Okay, item number 8, Restoration Hardware 1486 East Valley Road. This is the old Montecito firehouse.
And John,
Yeah, exactly. That's
That's
like
it.
what it is. Yeah, it's not like we're unaware of this building. Yes,
Yeah.
okay, very good. So,
It's a special building, yeah.
yeah.
We're
So
happy to.
expect it to be
Do
dealt
we
with.
have, I mean, there was
Yes.
nothing in my file. I didn't get to,
Okay.
there was nothing that I could look at.
The planner. Somewhere along the planner to the box account, the file got corrupted. I mentioned it to David last night about 4 o'clock or something. The planner submitted the new drawings, which are now correct, or the old drawings are now that are readable up to the box account.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, technology's not perfect. We got it corrected last night, probably after you looked at it. Okay,
Yes, you know
Okay.
that.
so we have not seen this yet. Nicole, is that you? Okay,
Yeah,
Nicole.
hi.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Watson and members of the board. My name is Nicole Bergil. I'm here as the agent for the applicant. Working with Tatiana Cruz, the county planner on the land use permit. We're here for conceptual review of tenant improvements at 1486 East Valley, which is the old firehouse, as you mentioned. It's zoned neighborhood commercial for office and retail use, and restaurant use is allowed as an accessory use. The project proposes to maintain the retail use while repurposing 740 square feet inside for restaurant use, in addition to the patio outside, which we'll describe. There's no new square footage proposed. Exterior improvements primarily entail updates to landscaping and paving, as well as remodeling the back entrance to accommodate rooftop HVAC equipment and remodeling the eastern patio into a dining area. The building is not designated historic, but has local historic significance, of course. Constructed in 1931, it operated as the Montecito Fire Station for 60 years. A second story was constructed over the northeast portion in the mid-1990s, and all original doors and windows have been replaced. Original light fixtures and other architectural details remain. Since the 1990s, it's functioned as a mixed retail and office use building. And this plan proposes to maintain the original architectural details and fixtures, but enhance the building through the removal of a planter, revealing the original fire engine entrances and refresh of hardscape materials, landscape, and lighting. And we appreciate your review of these exterior changes. I have with me today Stu Wagner and Steve Sebastian from RH, as well as the project architect in the audience, Brian Faust, and Mike Resnick, who's the construction manager, as well as on the call, we have some of the lighting, landscape, and engineer folks available to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Steve Sebastian with RH. I'm actually a native of Santa Barbara, so I'm excited to be down here today and working on this great little project with you all. RH, or Restoration Hardware, like you've seen on State Street, as well as numerous other locations. Now we're around the globe. We just opened a location in England 2 weeks ago. Historic 412-year-old property. We've also got other historic structures in Greenwich, Connecticut, Chicago, Illinois, Boston. And we believe in great architecture. We believe in finding great architecture or building it. We do a lot of ground up work these days, roughly 40 to 50,000 square feet. And hospitality is a big piece of what we do. We've got 16 active restaurants right now in some of our retail space. And we call it more along the lines of blending home and hospitality, retail and residential. The interiors of our space don't look like a typical retail space. We outfit them like a great residence. We try to sell the brand, sell design, sell the total concept. We've got in-house interior designers that work with our clients. And so we look at projects very uniquely. And here in Montecito, the old firehouse, we want to tread very lightly. Like you mentioned earlier, between landscape architecture and architecture, there's great architecture that's ruined by landscaping, and there's great landscaping ruined by architecture. And I also think the same thing about lighting design. And so here we're looking at very, very lightly, as Nicole mentioned, removing the planter from the 50-yard line of the front doors, opening up the front space. You can look into the space, draw people into the space. The current palm trees on the left side of the facade are, we believe, let me back up for a moment, I apologize. We believe in symmetry. Everything we do is very, very symmetrical. Our CEO is so passionate about symmetry. And here we've got a very symmetrical structure. But the architecture, sorry, the landscape doesn't align with the architecture. So we were presenting that we'd put some new palm trees on the front yard, remove the planter box between the front doors. Other than that, leave the existing signage alone, leave the sconces on the front of the building, clean it up, detail it, refresh it, meaning some of the pavers need to be replaced in kind, no new outside finishes. The other areas that we're looking at doing, and you can't tell from here, you can see on the left-hand side, it's a current outdoor courtyard. We want to turn it into a outdoor seating area for a cafe. And the steel structure now, it's got some swagged canvas. We want to replace that with a steel structure with glass, so it could be all weather, so to speak. Also remove the fountain that is at the focal and replace it with a gas fireplace. Other key aspects of the building, again, we're looking at doing a mechanical platform on the back of the building that's hidden by architecture, so it's not seen from anywhere, except from Google Earth when we're completed.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. This is Stu Wagner. I think maybe we might have the project architect just kind of walk through a couple of the pages to show, to kind of highlight some of the new features here.
Well, I'd like to see a site plan, so I
Yeah,
understand what I
it's,
mean, you know.
it's right here. So we'll, if you want, you can stand. If you want, you can sit.
And also, since you haven't seen this yet, how deep do you want us to go? I don't want to take all your time.
I spent over an hour with this morning
Okay.
because I feel that this is such an important building. I don't know that the entire board needs to do that, but I think we want to thoroughly understand this before you guys walk out of here today.
That sounds great. Thank you.
You can see in front of you here the site plan. The one on the right is the existing, the one on the left is the proposed. As Steve had mentioned, looking at the front from the road there, you can see the dashed box there. That is the removal of the existing planter box. On the right, you can see that we're going to open that up so that we can enter into the space. You could see the full double doors going in. You can also see the removal of the two darker trees there in the front. And then on the left side, you'll see the 4 added ones so that we have the symmetry. We're also adding some boxwoods around the front as well. And then moving off to the cafe over to the right, you can see the dashed lines on the left side there, indicating the removal of the existing trellis structure, the removal of the existing fountain, and there's some other seating elements there too that we're going to remove. And then on the left, we're going to replace it with just an open glass structure above. And if you go to sheet 7.2, A 7.2, quite a ways down. Further down. When we get there, you'll be able to see the layout of the interior space as it relates to the interior or the layout of the exterior dining space as well. Right there you go. So that's the proposed cafe on the inside, and then the proposed patio area on the outside with the fireplace towards the left. And
That's
then
the wall right there.
that is the existing wall. Yeah, we're also switching out some of the doors in there, lining up. As Steve said, we like things to be symmetrical, so we're putting 3 doors there to link the interior to the exterior. You can see a section of the glass structure that's in there as well, along with the elevation of the fireplace. Then the other big move that we're having to make here, probably best visible from drawing 5.1. So if you go up, there, up, down one, right there, up one more. Or sorry, 5.0. Yeah, that one right there. Part of the cafe function is going to result in us needing to add some mechanical to provide fresh air into
into the space. And so that's going to serve the kitchen area and the cafe area. So what we're working with right now is you can see in the drawing one there, you can see the kind of 4 posts in the corner. We're going to post up with some tube steel columns and create another wall there with an arched opening that matches the glass arched opening in the rear entry, and build a kind of mechanical well there in which to house this so that it's not visible from the streets and is hidden away. I believe those are the big moves. that we're making.
Architecturally, those are the 2 big moves. Maybe pull back to the overall site plan or the floor plans, just so we get context, relationship to where the dining area is, in relationship to the street and the parking. And then the same thing, I think, Brian, with that mechanical well, where it exists in the northeast quadrant, just so they see where that is affecting the overall space.
So there you can see the new wall that's going to be built out to hide the unit that is behind it, and the arched opening that reflects the arched opening on the inside as well, which is existing. Yes.
That is from the parking lot looking south into the building. You will see the existing doors right there, which is where the old fire doors were on the other side of the building.
So you mean when you're saying across is that would be like across from the hardware store?
We are standing in the middle, the northern end of the property, looking south.
Oh, got it. So, okay.
Okay. Towards East Valley Road. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Back of the building.
Back of the building. Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, anything else? Oh, well, that's questions, but
Just wanted to make sure like where the dining area is in context to where the parking lot is and so forth, and then
dining.
Exactly, thank you.
Parking.
Right, and then that upper area with the new mechanical platform.
Is right.
That's right there. Okay, that's what I was
right.
trying to track
that's-
down here. Is what that
right.
thing was.
Otherwise, the parking remains the same. We're looking at adding a gate in lower left-hand corner. So we can go ahead and keep anybody theoretically out from driving back to when we're not open for business. The interior floor plan.
Keep going.
2.2.
Yeah, PDFs or PDF number such and such is the best way to get us.
There you go.
Speedy today. Do you want to launch that? There you go. So this is the new dining area. This is the new patio area, kitchen, bathrooms right there. There's a new trash enclosure there. And there's new gates there, and there's a new gate right there, correct?
That's correct.
Any questions on this wall itself?
Yep, well, I have a question. Is the new gate on the left as shown, is that the gate that goes between the driveway that goes between this building and the building that used to be Sotheby's, but I don't know who's in there right now. Is that what I'm looking for?
That's correct.
I actually know this site. I meant there probably every other day, but that's why all of it's very confusing trying to figure out that is like more like an alley.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, it doesn't need, it does not need, this butts up against the property line. That doesn't need handicap. Yes. Well, that's the property line, I think.
it doesn't need to be attached to the building right now. It's a freestanding post with a little cable over to keep any cars from out of there right now, but long-term, I don't see us attaching anything to the neighboring building.
Is there a drawing showing the parking lot, the complete parking lot?
Yeah, it's, go updated.
Go to A 1.0.
Keep going.
And do we know how many cars that accommodates?
The parking lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are currently 20 spots and we're keeping 20 spots.
Pardon me?
There are currently 20 spots and we're keeping 20 spots.
20?
And there are some elevations, please.
Floors.
Keep going. Okay, I want to point out two things to the board. Right there, that's called a piece of stainless steel. And right there is the element that they just showed us in the back, correct?
Yes.
So we've got a brand new exhaust fan, I assume, over the stove or the
Correct.
cooktop, yeah. Okay. And
There's the gate.
there's the gate over there, and there's another gate over there. Okay.
Can we see the elevation where you're building that wall to conceal the mechanical on the other side? And what's there now versus what you're proposing?
It's A 4.2. So on detail 3, you can see the elevation of what's currently there. And then 5 is the wall that's going to pop out with the new arched opening.
And then that's in the section right there. Dave.
It's matching if you can see over there in section in detail 3, I have the profile of the existing building there. And we're kind of limited in how tall we can make that wall so that we kind of hit that existing wall at a natural area and not have to deal with the existing profiles of that. So we're trying to keep it limited down to that line as we engage that side of the building.
Okay, are you done with your presentation? Yes.
Yeah.
If not, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Questions?
born and raised. Robert,
Well, another Montecito icon. And are we in
questions.
questions? I think I understand. I have some comments later though.
Claire, questions.
May we have a site visit?
Yeah,
Question. I guess that's a question. Yeah, okay. That's, yeah. Okay, that's. what it
is that your question?
Yeah, that's my question.
Dave, please, questions.
No, I got my question answered. Thanks.
Bill, questions.
Had you looked at the idea of screening also the exhaust coming out of the cooktop there?
Yeah, you see the main cupola coming out of the second floor there.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the original ideas was, well, can we put it through there and get that kind of screened by that?
I mean,
But the result was that cupola ended up just growing to be this huge out of scale element. And we figured that didn't really make much sense either. So we landed it where it is shown right now.
And there's no sidewall option that you'd be able to use.
I think we definitely look at options.
Yeah.
We know it's just things are historic. We want to tread very lightly to add more architecture.
Yeah.
Sometimes not a good thing. But in this case, we could also do some sightline studies as well to see when we story pull that element. to see where we see it from. If we need to come back with some type of terracotta piece of architecture to screen it, that's not a problem at all.
And then, how is the new fireplace in the back going to impact the neighbor to that side? Is there an impact, do you think? for them? Is it a sun blocking? Is it a, you see any issue with that?
It's on the east side of the parcel, so that doesn't, there's no solar access issues. And the property next door is commercial, so that's not an issue. You can see the chimney from the street. We walked kind of down the street, but the idea, of course, is to make it match the architecture and make it attractive.
There's no patios adjacent. It'd be nice to see the
No.
neighboring
Yeah,
buildings,
maybe
I
we can
think.
pull up a map.
And, the surrounds, and then last question is, it's a change of use, right? Because you have an office there and retail, but you're also now introducing a restaurant component. And so your parking numbers change or not? Are you over
No,
parked?
so- Yeah, no, we're actually still over parked, which is interesting. The retail use remains. And then we're adding the
Thank
restaurant.
you,
use.
David.
Oh, yeah, there's the map. That's nice. Could we see what's next door, like an aerial of what's next door so they could see? Oops.
Not that far.
Wait a second. Whoa.
That's too far, Dave.
And
Get a
space.
little bit closer. Let's go. closer.
Not going that far today, David.
Yeah, I was just gonna finish the comment about the adding the cafe use, so that isn't allowed use accessory to the retail use. And we are appropriately parked for it. There's a parking study that you were provided to.
Cafe, so it's not a full service sit down, it's a come to the counter, get your food, sit in the back kind of.
It's full service sit
Oh.
down. It's just quite small.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really, that's what I want to say. I need to say this. But
Thank you.
Elida, questions, please.
The only thing that topped the first time I walked into the Restoration Hardware on State Street was the first time I walked into the Apple store. You guys have the most beautiful taste, and I'm glad if anyone's gonna mess with this building, that you are.
Is that a question?
However, this building is like a church in Montecito. And there are 3 prominent churches in Montecito. So this board is going to be vigilant and not patient with having this church be a sacred place for the people that live in this community. I have lots of questions, and I haven't studied this enough and made notes enough to have my questions be in line with this first presentation. So, John, I have a ton of questions, but I'm not ready to ask them.
Okay, I do have a series of questions.
Good.
The parking study.
Yeah.
Or the parking ordinance says 30% of the spaces can be compact, which are 8 feet wide by 14.5 feet deep. You have over half your parking in that. Can you please explain how you're permitted to have that many parking spaces? And doesn't that force you into a smaller space, at least losing one space, please?
The parking layout is really what's there already, which I believe was approved in a previous planning project. So we're not actually changing what was actually there.
Okay, the handicap code 11B. Handicap spaces are 9 feet by 18 feet by code. And well, he's got the van space, but he doesn't have the depth. He doesn't have the length. He's at 14 or he's at 16.5 or something like that. He's short a little bit. And doesn't that decrease your ability to maneuver for everybody else? And therefore, doesn't that affect the parking in the back? Please.
It does, but I believe we've had conversations with the planning department and they've said that we're okay with the parking as it is right now.
Kimberly, Kimberly,
Yes,
are you familiar with this particular project in detail?
I am familiar with the project. Tatiana Cruz is the planner, and I'll let her speak to it. I reviewed this project when it was initially submitted, and we discussed the parking. So what I know is that the parking counts are that they work. They have enough parking spaces.
But is our parking legal as it sits there now? Was it permitted at some point?
It is in the same configuration as the previous permits. It's compliance to accessibility, et cetera, and whether or not building code will require some alterations that I can't answer. And I don't believe Tatiana could either. So I would say that from the planning side, this is acceptable, but that may not mean that from the building side, there won't have to be changes.
So in change of use, I read the code this morning. You guys don't consider the parking portion of Montecito Land Use and Development Code. You guys don't consider this a change of use then?
We do consider the change of use for that retail space that is going to restaurant, and we recalculate the numbers, the whole of the building. So we will now look.
Also trigger the need for compliance to the 30% of compact spaces. They've got 12 spaces in the back that are 8 feet wide. And
to be honest, I would have to look to the ordinance. I didn't go in that much detail. You're probably correct. You probably read the ordinance a lot sooner than I did. And Tatiana can address that as part of her planning process.
Okay, would you be able to do that with a planner before the next meeting, please? Please, yes?
Me or the agent, applicants.
Okay, hang on. Trash enclosure. There's a state law that now requires 4 restaurants to have trash and recycled and organics. Have you reviewed the size of that trash enclosure and the availability of it with Marlboro, please? Our local trash hauler.
No, we haven't approached them yet, but we can do that for the next meeting.
Okay, and can we get up? Okay, so probably not. Have you looked at, this is a new gate, correct? Have you looked at the side clearance distances on that gate? 18 inches or 24 inches on the strike side? And the width of this driveway and the width of this walkway for handicap, please?
The walkway is going to be 4 foot wide,
Okay.
and the door is going to be open during operating hours. The gate will be open during operating.
The pedestrian gate will.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it may want to swing the other direction then because you have it swinging in the wrong direction. But it doesn't the new code say 5 feet wide?
I'll have to double check that.
Yes, please do, because I'm working on a project and people say, you better get the thing submitted before December. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, and the same comment goes with this right over here, wherever that gate is over here.
Mhm.
Okay, because it doesn't comply. And we have a specific prohibition for shiny roofs in Montecito. How are you going to have an all glass flat roof that's not shiny, please?
We'll have to look into that.
And how are you going to clean it? Please. It's going to get dirtier than heck in this. Yeah, just this is a dusty environment, okay? So how do you clean it? Okay, those are all my questions. Public comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 8, 1468 East Valley Road, please?
So if you're on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand if you want to speak on this item. I have not received any physical speaker slips for this item, and I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay, and comments back through the same thing. Robert, comments about this project, please?
Kind of mirroring your thoughts about access. I'm curious, the food delivery trucks, is that loading dock in the back where they're gonna, in the parking lot? And
Have a loading.
where does the food come in? And how? I mean, some of those trucks are huge. Would they have to park on East Valley Road? And my other thought is, I don't like the glass roof. I'd rather see canvas or something, would be more period. And I'm troubled by the chimney on that patio fireplace. I think that's the one thing that really, the architecture stays so perfect, but then you add that element and it kind of takes a different look. I probably wouldn't try to copy the hose tower. I don't know what to do with that fireplace. That's it.
Claire, comments, please.
I have no comments at this time. I actually need to go and look at the site. Okay, that's why I started with that, for me, it's this is an iconic building for this community. It's just, and in the background talk, I've lived in Montecito for 60 years, right here, right around the corner. So this is like, it's a really important building for this community. And for me, I'm not going to comment about the individual this, that, and the other until I can actually walk around the building, stand in front of the building, hopefully a site visit being in the building, so I can actually see, for me, actually, there was an architect, local architect that had this building for a while, and I actually used to hang out with him all the time. So for me, I cannot make any comments until I actually am in the space, in the environment, in the parking lot, so that I can actually speak to all of the background noise that I'm receiving about this building from the community. And it's out there. It's big time out there. And I can't, because I represent the community, I can't make any comments right now about the architecture. I want to see how it feels with what you're proposing. Okay, that's where I'm at, John.
Dave, please, comments.
Yeah, I think in general, the way I interpret the plans, you're really staying pretty true to the existing structure and trying to enhance it. And I commend you for that. And my biggest concerns are the elements that are going to impact what's there now. And that's the exposed stainless steel flue. I think your idea of having a story pole and seeing the sight lines, it would be very important to have a site visit to review that. I'm concerned about the vertical wall you're building to hide the mechanical equipment. How it'd be good to have that height story pulled too. Also, there seems like there's very little plaster above the existing window. Underneath that, if there was a way to raise that, I think it would feel stronger. And I'm forgetting my other comment. So I think you just need to make sure that those areas that you are impacting what's there now, that it's done in a sensitive way and isn't change what's there. Obviously, you've heard from everybody, but I from what I can see, it's going in the right direction. My other comment was the parking. That's definitely a concern. So we don't want to approve something that then becomes a problem at building department. So if you can resolve the parking with the planning and with the building department, just to be sure before you come back to us, so we know this is what it's going to be.
Bill, please, comments.
I appreciate your attention to trying to preserve. I think that's great. I like the idea of, taking the planter away and the symmetry and maintaining that. Would be concerned about the roof vent, exhaust vent. I'm a little bit on board with Robert too in the chimney. I think maybe just sort of getting the lay of the land. I would like to do a site visit. As Claire mentioned too, just to be able to kind of get sort of our brain around it. I would also, as John sort of was talking, I haven't checked the dimensions of the parking, but as you know, you'll have to deal with ADA. So the first item on that list is getting from the building or from the parking to the building. So you're gonna have to do upgrades to that parking, because you're probably most likely gonna exceed the 20% allowance at 187,000. And so you're gonna be hitting, how do we get van and maybe another space in there? And they'll have to comply, slopes, dimensions, the whole 9 yards. So I would work that detail out first. And that may change your arrangement of the striping in the parking lot or something. If you have extra spaces you can get rid of, that'd be great. I didn't realize, I was thinking there was another way into that parking lot, but you have to go down the narrow path there. So that's also going to be a concern for access. So you might have to look at the idea of not having the pedestrian passage that way. I don't know if that's even possible. But so I think there's a lot of those kinds of things we just have to work out with the building department, with the code enforcement, ADA compliance and all that kind of stuff. Because you'll definitely get into it. Generally, I like what you're heading toward, but I think I need to do a site visit with some of the story poles that have been mentioned. So. Thanks.
Elida, comments, please.
Well, it's a good news, bad news story from how I see it. The good news is that I have such respect for the quality of your aesthetic at Restoration Hardware. And the bad news is that you've got 7 mama and papa bears here that are soulful about this building. And it's more than anything, I haven't been on the board that long, but this and well, maybe the Biltmore Hotel are the 2 icons in the community. And we've been all over the Biltmore, and we're kind of going to be all over you guys so that we do our job. And that's the bad news, but we'll all work together. We'll make it happen.
The shiny roof, I think you need to find something. There is non-reflective glass, but cleaning it, I don't think you solved that yet, and it's going to look really terrible fairly quickly. I don't know if you are familiar with the old El Paseo restaurant downtown that had the canvas until back in I think it was the 80s, when Lenvick and Miner came in my personal opinion, degraded that particular space.
Yeah, we've done a lot of these swag canvases on a lot of our buildings. We end up replacing about once a year.
Good.
So it looks great.
Yeah.
And so the thought is glass. We do have great window cleaners, and I understand how you get access, safety, so forth. How do you tie off to be safe to clean a structure?
Okay, just I think, but it still is a shiny roof, which is specifically prohibited in the ordinance. Okay, in the zoning ordinance. Okay. I also think that a site visit is very important. This rear entry here, so we have a 1931 building, and then we have a 2023 entrance. This doesn't have the feeling of the rest of the building. Now, I don't know if you noticed too, the artist wrote in this particular painting, but it's me. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm fair, and that's not the only one I've done. I painted that building probably close to 50 times. Just remarkably beautiful building. So I understand the detailing you have up at the top, and there is a hierarchy of detail on the building, and that it's probably appropriate there. But that is an uptown 2023 entrance in a 1931 building. So I understand you want to be modern, current, whatever. I'm not so sure if this building wants that. So please try to figure that out. And there is a garden wall in the front. And the reason that garden wall showed up was for handicap. I think that you're going to be over the required height needing handrails to get from the sidewalk up to the 5 foot back from the front door, you know, that around handicap. So I think you're going to require some kind of handrails, which I'm not so sure is really fabulous. And I'm wondering, you know, and you can't get by without it. I mean, I'm sure, I don't care what the historical people say, what that ordinance says. So I think you need to take a look at that element as well. I don't know about the symmetry of those trees. This building is not symmetrical. I understand that there is a man or a woman at the top of the food chain in your corporation that is imposing his belief of symmetry onto this building. Maybe that's the right solution, maybe it isn't. This is a little bit funky. I mean, we have a tower, we have lower areas over here, we have a higher area. After the remodel, we have a much higher area. There is not a lot of symmetry on this building. So, and it's one of the charming reasons about it, one of the charming characteristics of this building. So please think about that. I'm not saying that a new landscape plan, and it may be the very best thing in the world to have that be symmetrical, but I haven't been out to this building since I looked at your plans this morning, and it's something that part of the site visit that I want to visit. Now, I think this building is so important to the community. We need this full height with the little flags. Okay. Do you know the flags that we've got for stair poles? Go and look at the stair pole. I think that, I hate to bring this up, but I think that you ought to put a piece of galvanized or stainless round where that thing is. You're going to see how terrible that thing is, how destructive that is. You're going to be able to see that, I think. And those things tend to be fairly shiny. I mean, they've got to be certain, you can't make it. You got to buy a unit, you know, off the shelf unit. So I think that that could be potentially a problem, particularly coming from the west, driving to the east. Okay. And the sun in the morning coming and heating that thing, I think we're going to get a spectral, a shiny something there. I don't know what to do about it. I appreciate your thinking about going up into the cupola. I probably agree with you that that's a bad idea to alter that part of the building. I mean, that's part of the character. This guy, Farmer, was remarkable in proportion. It's just, he really got it nailed. So maybe there's some other solution. I will not vote for the entire project based on that. I mean, it's got to be right. And one of the reasons Claire and I are the only two surviving members at this point, but in probably early 90s, we met in the Montecito Library. It's basically across the street from me. And there's a northern part of the upper village and a southern part of the upper village. And in the southwest corner is Via Vi. And I don't know if it was Via Vi or somebody else, but they came through and told us, you will not see any of the mechanical equipment on this pizza oven. Or, okay, please drive by down the parking lot and look up. You will see mechanical equipment all over the place. Okay, so that's why I'm so sensitive about this, to get this right. Okay, so that's all the so site visit definitely. Oh, and I think you ought to show the chimney in little, put up some wood, start something. I think we should see it all. And I thought that Robert's comments about food delivery were not insignificant. So Pierre Lafon's, I used to drink a lot of coffee, and I would get it at Pierre's. In the morning, they had delivery trucks pulling in off of Hot Springs and going out onto East Valley. 3, 4 of them at a time. Okay, you got to deal with that. And we got a letter, which we did not read in, from your neighbor to the west. It said, we want to make sure this project, we're not opposed to projects, but we know people are going to end up parking in our parking lot, and we don't want that. That's basically what that letter said. I don't know if you've seen that letter. You have seen the letter. Please share it with the entire team. You know, that's why I'm so picky about the size and the depth. I don't think that you guys have easy parking to get in. 8 feet wide is not very snug when you use it. Yeah, so. They look at the fire department. And the fire department. Well, they probably are. Okay.
Fire department reviewed the plan and is fine with it, but,
Okay, are they gonna hit you with sprinklers?
the building is sprinklered already
It
because of
is.
tenant improvements in the past. Yeah.
Okay,
What's in, that's when the architect puts his, you know what I'm talking about.
Bob Easton, yeah.
Yeah, Bob Easton, he put sprinklers in there. He had to-
Do you know the size of the riser pad? Is it pretty big? Is it like a 4-inch?
And not offhand, I don't know.
Okay, please check that because with the hood and the restaurant and the fire potential, they may kick you up from like a 13R up to like a 13. Now, it's probably not 13R because that's a residential, but it might be one of the smaller sizes up to a 13. That's a fairly decent size. They want access to it. Now, are you going to be required to put on photovoltaics, do you think?
We haven't so far.
Okay, please be very aggressive and specific about that with the building department. I doubt it. I looked at the code. It looks like it's only in residential. Doesn't look like it's in commercial, being Cal Green. Right? But I think you should check it just so that you don't get caught. Anybody else?
Has Borgatello checked?
No, I asked him to go and talk.
We haven't spoken to Marburg yet and we'll add it to our list.
It's gonna be bigger than what you're showing.
Have fun.
Did you do models? I see this is 3D. Do you have a model of the whole structure or not?
Yeah, we're building it out in Revit.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful too, at some point to see that in relation to the neighborhood too, as well. Thanks.
Thank you all. So you have a planner? Yes, no? I didn't.
Tatiana Cruz is our county planner.
Okay, so you can work out a site visit with her.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go
And
from there.
she'll tell us what to do.
Okay, yeah. And if you're questioning, should we put up a story pole for this element or not? The answer is yes. Okay, everything. Very good. Thank you all. Okay, Robert. How are you? Did you have a revised plan?
Did you have fun? with all of that, Robert? Keep going. Oh, my God. Yeah. Hello.
Hello,
Yeah, we're there. You're on.
Robert Foley, representing Donald.
No, turn on the mic or something.
And get it closer to
And
you.
closer to, right next to you, Robert.
Robert,
Yes, yes.
Robert Foley, representing Don Nolte Architects.
Oh, good.
So I emailed, we met at the site. Thank you for coming out. We did redesign the site plan and I emailed David, which he's gonna bring up at.
Oh, great.
So,
Oh, yeah.
so here we go.
Thank you.
So what we do is basically what we talked about at the site is we bought a driveway in between the redwood and the existing oak. And we set the garage in the rear yard setback. And we had to maintain the 10 feet from the house and 5 feet from the property line. And then we'll have a little covered walkway. You can see the doors that go from the garage to the kitchen. And then pretty much everything else stayed the same. The house did move over towards the driveway a little bit. which got too close to the cabana, and the cabana had to go into the side yard setbacks, which we can accomplish with side yard averaging. So in order to save that tree, this is pretty much what we had to do. The architecture and everything else pretty much stayed the same. There is one in the top right corner of the house. There's an oak tree that is probably going to be lost. We were mitigating 9 oak trees. That tree was being mitigated for anyways. It's basically coming out of the top of the retaining wall. Another tree that was in the same kind of placement at the lower retaining wall fell this winter in a storm. So I'm not sure how long that tree was gonna last anyways. So I think we're only here for conceptual, but we'd like to go through the presentation because the architecture stays the same, except the garage gets different.
Let's just look at the elevations.
Okay,
I
speed it
think
up.
Is that okay with everybody? And then,
Everybody wants to go home. I want to go.
no, it's just,
No, it's just, you know,
All right, so basically you're gonna go through the photos. You've already been there. You don't need to see that. Just keep going, keep going, keep
let's go
going.
down to the elevations, David.
We do have landscape plans if you want to look at those, civil plans, but
I think they changed enough probably.
Chuck should be on Zoom. Chuck, you here?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Okay, so there you go. So that's the front door into elevation. The barn structure that we moved today is to the right. So that lower, basically that lower roof line will go away and be moved off, separated to the right. And then there'll be a window there from the kitchen looking out at the redwood tree.
Same stone material.
Same stone, so that the barn structure will be all stone, made to look like it was there and separated at the house for one time, and then it was connected by that one-story element. So the rest of the house is thick wall, plaster, tile roofs, simple casement windows, a very simple plaster surround at the front door. So on the west elevation, the end of that is going to get cut off where the garage is. And that will be a detached structure, but the rest of it will look similar to what it is now. And if you want to go to the other 2 elevations. So the south elevation won't change at all, except there'll be a garage off to your left. And then the east elevation, again, the garage will be gone and the redwood will be there. But the rest of it stays the same. And those doors that come out to grade now, because we had to move the house over towards where it starts to drop off, may be off the ground and may require we might end up putting some wrought iron balconies there. Depending on how far we actually have to move it over, and if we can grade it in a way to keep it so you can walk out, we prefer that, but that's coming up the driveway, so it might be nice to look up and see the balconies as you approach the house. Another benefit is you don't see the garage doors anymore. They're around the corner behind the tree, so you won't see them at all. So that's it.
And you'll have a huge window looking at a huge tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
that's all right.
Nice kitchen.
We all care about is the tree.
I know.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Okay, so
The redwood tree.
we are on
Steak.
for preliminary questions. I started the meeting going from my left to my right. Let's go backwards. Elida, questions, please.
The one oak you're talking about taking out, that's not the one that's just northwest of the Sequoia, is it?
No, it's over by the driveway. It's as you're coming up the driveway on the left.
That's all, thank you.
Claire,
No, that's all right.
Bill. questions?
So those are the three series of retaining walls kind of stacking down.
Correct.
They're like 3 feet tall or something like that. Or
So they,
each
on,
one?
on either end, they zero out. And in the very middle, they're 3 feet tall.
Okay.
So, and they're 3 feet apart. There's, if you want to see a site section of that, there's one on the civil drawings.
I saw that. I actually I would be more interested to see Chuck's drawing. Just I wanted Chuck, maybe you could explain how you're gonna landscape around those walls there. Do you have cascading plants? Do you have stuff in front? Do you?
Yeah, I think it's star jasmine just to kind of fill it all out so you don't see them.
Uh-huh. Okay, I think there is. There you go.
Yeah, there's Loris at the bottom, Loris on the mid-level, that's a bay laurel. And then I think that's star jasmine at the top. And then
You have things kind of in front that are gonna screen the face of most of the lowest wall too.
yeah, well, yeah, but there's that oak right there. So there's some, it's called the Ribes viburnifolium. It's a plant that natively grows under oak. So I just have some of that scattered because if we try to line something up along the wall, we won't get similar performance because the oak will pull water. So it's probably better just to do as I'm showing.
Yeah, I'm not asking it to be lined up. So.
And then I didn't get the new site plan, so I don't show the same site plan.
Yes, that just
We
happened today.
understand.
so-
that.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah,
We just
that,
got it.
that was all. Thank you.
Robert, excuse me, yes, Robert, please.
Yeah,
Questions?
good work. My only question is basically to check the ordinance on that garage because I think is the roof slope the same as the house or higher?
The roof slope is it's 6 and 12 at the barn style. So we'll probably keep that for that separate garage and have that in stone as well. But I could get that under 12 feet.
Okay,
I mean, you got a 9-foot plate and a 20-foot wide garage that will go up 6 feet. That's over. Yeah, so I might have to lower the slope, maybe that make that look more like the house.
yeah,
But so I know it needs to be under 12 feet.
right. Okay, no more questions.
Dave,
What are the grading mounts?
If you go to the civil drawings that are just after this, I believe they're like 500 cut, 500 fill, somewhere in that area.
You see you're exporting 50. That's fine.
and I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 247 Olive Mill Road?
We have no request to speak.
Okay, comments, Elida, please.
No comment?
Claire, please.
Yeah, what's the driveway material?
Well, the driveway going up to the top.
Well, not the driveway, excuse me, the parking lot.
That will be a permeable paver of some sort, maybe a cobble or
Okay,
something like
okay,
that.
okay.
So
Oh,
that-
and does it need to be as big as it is for the turnaround and all that's needed? I mean,
We have a 60-foot circle that was what the fire department wanted.
Oh, got
And
it.
then it squares out in front of the house that allows for guest parking
No,
outside of the
but
circle.
It's the
But
fire department thing. Yeah.
It is what it's the fire department. I can't. Remember that.
Yeah, that's what's driving the circle. Okay, that's all.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I like what you've got going here. I like the building. I think it looks great. I like the orientation of it. I forgot to ask this question too. Do you need to have that driveway going to the existing garage too, or could that be more of a gravel type thing?
Probably.
So you could
You could
informalize
probably.
that.
I'd have to talk to the owner and what he
Yeah.
intends to use it for.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't need to drive every day to that or something. But yeah, no, I like what you got going. No,
Okay.
that's great.
Great, thank you.
Robert, please.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the garage in the setback. I'm not sure about the pool cabana though. Could you? I mean, it'd be a shame to have to go for a variance or whatever for that. If you could get it redesign that little.
Well, the zoning ordinance allows us to
Average it.
and not, we have to give up the same amount of land within the setback, but it doesn't require a variance or
Oh,
modification.
okay.
It's pretty, it's just done with the planner.
Okay, great.
Dave, comments?
Yeah, I appreciate your flexibility in meeting the site. I think you have a better project than saving that tree. You're not willing to support the encroachment in the setbacks to save the trees and allow you to get your project fit on the site.
Right.
And then what do we expect with landscaping? Preserve the screening you have now for the future, where you, especially where you're encroaching.
Okay.
I think it's
What
going in a
is
good
the
direction.
stone that's on the house?
It will be a Santa Barbara sandstone.
Okay,
That's fine. You know, it'll sort of maybe more like an old barn.
Yeah.
Sort of feeling to it, not,
right,
it's not gonna be the 5 point, it's gonna be more like rustic and old.
kind of random,
Yeah.
random.
Okay, minor little point, your FAR is 0.93, but you did not include the existing garage. I'm sure it's gonna kick it up to 0.97 or something, but it's not on your FAR top. No biggie. Side
So
yard,
is that, are you talking about the guideline? The,
the FAR count,
right, why would that affect the FAR count?
this little garage is not accounted for.
Oh,
You didn't add, it's not gonna affect anything.
no, it's not.
But just, but for being thorough.
I will put it on there.
Okay, side yard setback, I almost never support the side yard or rear yard. In fact, this is gonna be the first time probably in 3 or 4 years that I would support it, but I do support this because of that tree. I understand the difficulty of the site and everything that you've done. I think you have a good site plan and it does not require a wholesale consideration because of that tree. But that tree is so spectacular, this is why we have flexibility, some flexibility in the zoning ordinance. The side yard down here, I would not immediately say, yes, that I would support that. I think it might be possible to take that bathroom and hook it up over here. And therefore you could push it north out of the setback, maybe, maybe not. But, please consider it. But I am also extremely aware that this property owner at this time is the same property owner as this. And if they want to have their property encroach, okay, what can I say?
Okay.
And I think that there are, you've got this squared off here. I think that there's plenty of parking down here for guests. This is maybe not really as generous as one might hope. But, he's got this 5 feet here, and in Montecito, this must be 10 feet between the primary residence and, or you get a trip to the planning commission.
It's 10 feet.
Yes, right. Or you could attach it too.
Well, if I attach it, then it's not, I don't get to go to 6 feet in the property line. I have to be, even with
Okay.
an averaging, I can only get to 15 feet from the property line.
Okay, so I have no problem with this. I
Okay.
think, but I'm wondering if you could very heavily study how to minimize this paving area. I mean, it's just screams off, not this site plan, but any of the others. And if you and Chuck could sit down and see what you can do about.
That's where the fire department is.
I know.
Well, I mean, they're gnarly about how much what you have to put down
There's a little
for
bit,
them to get up.
we might be able to tuck in a little bit as you get to the house.
Yeah.
Something, just see if you could get it a little reduced.
Maybe, okay, I'll see what I can do.
Okay, and we are on for preliminary. I personally am a little concerned because there's kind of enough moving parts here that we haven't quite got laid down, but I think you're gonna come back anyway for
Right.
final. I would like to suggest preliminary final at the full board. Next, whenever you come back. Colors, details, the whole 9 yards. Welo calcs, Chuck, Welo calcs.
Yeah, I have, it was all done. That's a full,
Okay,
complete
next time.
approvable set, and now it's back to very, very far setback, so
And
a lot to
Don, are
do.
we gonna see you next time? or
I
not?
was gonna say, it's nice to see you, Don.
Yes,
I mean, I could see you on his computer.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to jump in. Don't see much need to. John, I was thinking the same thing about the cabana to see if we can reconfigure that laundry or the bathroom in the cabana and get it out of that. And it looks tough. They might just encroach down the hillside, but could be interesting. And about the redwood tree, after 4 years of drought, it didn't look very good a year ago. And 35 inches of rain was really good for it.
Well, check
It
all
looks-
the oak trees in town.
I know, they're the darkest green I've ever seen.
okay, so do we need a motion okay, so we will see you next time. Thank you so much for your flexibility and work on this. I think
Thank
it's
you,
gonna be
guys.
wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, we have no more items. May I have a motion for adjournment, please?
So moved.
Is there a second, please? Any discussion?
And just as for the information of our partners here, it, for some reason, somebody decided to change redwoods to not being non-native. That only happened in Southern California several years ago when some planner decided that they were not native. They are native and they're always going to be native, and they used to grow all over Southern California, and in the way long time ago, there were forests of them on Santa Rosa Island. So don't ever think that redwoods are not non-native. They are natives. They only grow in California and in Oregon.
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Aye.